All right. Hello, Sky Gardener. Congratulations, you are first.
Thing that like
Can't believe anybody would actually.
the most fit. I've like a full-on athlete now, and most of all,
weight that we've relatively used before. So me and my friend Chris were like pushing each other. Try a couple of 1 rep maxes that I don't hit, so I'm reducing the weight a bit more. And eventually I get down to 100 kg. So 100 kg is like the 220 plates on the bench press. It looks really nice. And I've hit this weight multiple times, like many times for sets of 3. Today I'm feeling kind of tired, so I hit it for 2, do a couple of sets. Then eventually I'm going for the final set. I re-rack the weight without me even pressing it or bringing the weight down. Something just fucking twinges in my shoulder and my neck straight away. It's just painful as so I rack the weight and it's just like I literally can't even move my neck. Like even right now, like this is the range of motion that I have with my neck right now before it hurts. Like
Year old, so he could have gotten about 225 pounds, and then he snaps his shit up. Last workout I had, I benched 355 for 4 sets of 3. So yeah, wow, amazing. The carnivore diet. You're weak and small, and a vegan outlifts you by over 100 pounds.
want to get to high levels of peak performance, that's when you consider like cutting the vegetables out, cutting the fruit out.
No, Hamza, broccoli isn't making you stupid. You are all.
My friend,
So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where
You don't think it's fine?
the reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say beers. You know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share.
So what are you charged with?
That's a really good question. I'm charged with being the head of an organized criminal group, which is in charge of recruiting girls.
Dodo Nutellers, do you think it's embarrassing for adults to live with their parents? These days, not really so much. Cost of living is so high, people have to stay with their parents for a longer period of time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Girls to make TikTok videos to steal the money from the TikTok views.
Andrew had hit me up. He said, hey, I'm going to be leaving Romania soon and probably never coming back. If you want to come over and do a week of long streams and content
Not
before I
sure
leave,
how much you know about UFC, but is there a reason why people from the Caucasus Mountains like Dagestan, Chechens and Georgians are dominating UFC? Is that genetics or just love for sport?
Could be a genetic basis, could be that they have a way of getting past drug testing. I would imagine WADA has more trouble getting into these countries and testing athletes compared to if they're in the United States. There could just be a really big wrestling community in Dagestan, so that could be another reason. Thanks for the donation, though, UFC fan.
I think it'll be big, and I'm sorry, he said it's basically now or never. And this is just, I told you guys this year, it's a week of content, right? And again, guys, it might be the last time we ever do this. So it's kind of like we got to take advantage of it now.
When you are up for trial in a country and you run away from that country and plan to never return, that makes you something called a fugitive, and it is very serious. So this idiot told one of his blogger or vlogger friends that he was planning to become a fugitive, and he did it on the web so people saw it. So then Romania's like, okay, then we'll just rearrest you. Because Anna's gonna get into the details, but he had gotten a significant amount of freedom back in Romania. He couldn't leave the country, but he had freedom there. Well, now that's gone because he was planning to abuse it.
Recruiting girls to make TikTok videos and stealing the money. So it's really a financial crime?
It looks that way, and it's very interesting because the girls who they've identified to add to the file are saying that we're not victims of anything and this isn't true. but the state believes it's true. And the state thinks that I, as a 35-year-old man, woke up. I was already extremely financially successful. I was already a father. I was already very well known. I had no financial motivation. I have no criminal record. It's not my personality profile, but I woke up at the age of 35 and decided to make girls do TikTok to enrich myself with the pennies that I would earn from TikTok views.
So in the United States, I think
It's so bizarre how he's lying about this publicly, and it's only going to hurt his criminal case.
the belief is that you were charged with human trafficking.
Yeah, that's human trafficking, because what you do is you force a girl to work against her will for financial gain. That's human trafficking. And their justification for this is that girls do TikTok. Some girls I know who they found who say they're not victims have TikTok accounts.
So this is what Tucker Carlson does. He greatly misleads his audience on purpose. He does it all the time. So where's the rape charge? They may, we're making innocent TikTok videos. So if you don't know any of the facts, which is an enormous percentage of Tucker Carlson's audience and Andrew Tate fans, well then you'll be super mad. You'll be like, oh my God, this poor guy. He just talks to some girls and they made some TikTok videos and they made a couple of pennies.
So wholesome.
And he's being persecuted. That's because you never heard about the rape charge and you never heard about the physical coercion and you never heard Andrew Tate's own words saying, yeah, I don't let him out of the house. I mean, look at how outrageous that misleading interview is and how they do it on purpose.
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking it?
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about.
Yeah, I've been watching more Breaking Bad. I think I'm up to episode 6 or something. Like, the show's stupid. It's kind of entertaining. The episode I'm on right now is super boring, but yeah, it's still a dumb show.
About 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
Jordan?
He's such a loser. And it's like, it really speaks to how bad he is that Piers Morgan, of all people, looks like the good guy.
I know that, again, it's incredible because Piers Morgan is not like someone I admire or.
Piers Morgan wrecked him in that debate.
Piers Morgan should kill himself.
I agree. Thanks for the donation, Barnacle Head. With all the shit he talks about, you know, with veganism, yeah, I should.
Do you think that Hamas is a terrorist organization?
Do you think Israel's a terrorist organization? Genocidal intent. This is usually one of the hardest things to prove in a case of genocide. Not the case in Israel's genocide in Gaza.
So you're happy to believe those numbers?
Of course I'm happy to believe those numbers.
Israel needs to be held accountable and stopped immediately because it's the gravest crime against humanity that a state can commit.
Israel isn't interested in occupying Gaza in any sort of permanent way. That is not something we want. I'm
That's
not
why
a
I
Netanyahu
personally-
spokesperson.
Well, he should be tried at The Hague and put in The Hague. And
That's a different question.
I mean, he's committing
Different
genocide.
question. But you
He's
say you
committing
can't interfere
genocide.
in Palestinian politics, but you're very prepared to interfere in Israeli politics. Genocide, not a word to be used lightly. In recent months, a term which means to deliberately kill people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying said nation or group, has been leveled at Israel for its treatment of the war in Gaza. The Israeli government has repeatedly denounced the accusation, despite the ICJ ruling in January that it was plausible that genocide could be taking place. Over 32,000 Palestinians, mostly children.
Last time I got my cholesterol checked, my LDL was 85, and I think my total was like 110.
Are believed to have been killed since the horrific attack on October the 7th, a new report from the United Nations says there are reasonable grounds that Israel has carried out acts of genocide in Gaza. This debate will rage on long after this war is over, as will whether or not Netanyahu...
Oh, hey.
No, it's not like that. What it actually is that we...
Yani, I don't see why this is a criticism. We believe in an afterlife. Yes, we believe in Jannah. In fact, you should want to die.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
What is that? Is that an ad right in the middle of his thing?
He actually put a charity ad into the middle of his stream.
Calm down. Calm down.
Destroy any
jihadis who go out. I'm not even talking about.
Here's Mohammed Hijab in his interactions with me, where he said to me, if I were an anxiety-ridden, hate-filled nihilist atheist like a puss, I would consider suicide as a serious option. That is because the world offers such humans more pain than pleasure. The pain of being a coward, the pain of having no purpose. Just find a tall building and...
By the way,
sincere advice.
Look at what he. Hang on. Look at what he just said. Look at what he just said. This world offers such humans, quotation marks, you're not really human, more pain.
Hey VG, you're not going to be live this, but there are SJWs who still can't get over the fact that the all-female Ghostbusters from 2016 failed.
It's time to give Ghostbusters 2016 another shot. It was a terrible, terrible movie.
I would love to see people who mock animals in slaughterhouses be put in gas chambers. I would watch and laugh as they squirm and suffer, spit on them, then burp and blow it in their face.
Yeah, I agree. Same, dude. Thanks for that, Nation Barnacle Head. Yeah, Ghostbusters 2016 was god-awful. That was just really one of the most horrendous movies ever. I don't think it's ever going to become a... Like, it's not a so bad it's good movie either. It's just miserable to sit through. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And the Israeli government need to be held to account for their actions. Strong voices and opinions rage.
Can you respond to what Dr. Gregor says here about protein for building muscle? Is anything he says even remotely accurate? 125 to 506.
I can guarantee you what he's about to say is going to be retarded, but I can respond to that. Thanks for that donation, Alfie.
23-year-old want to build a lot of muscle for sport. Is it healthy to eat 1.5 grams protein per kilogram body weight if it's 100% from whole food plant-based sources, and no point of the daily dozen is missed? So in How Not to Age, and the anti-aging literature in general, it really focuses on protein restriction, reducing one's intake down to recommended levels, which should be about half that, 0.8 grams for a healthy kilogram body weight. And that's for a whole variety of reasons, which I talk about. And at high levels of protein, doesn't matter in terms of, for example, IGF-1 activation, this pro-aging, cancer-promoting hormone. At high enough levels of protein intake, doesn't matter whether you're doing animal or plant protein, you still get a boost in IGF-1. It's only when you're down to recommended levels where you get a boost in from animal protein sources, but not from plant protein.
Yeah, so there's no link between protein intake and risk of mortality. Now, if you're eating animal protein, there is a link, but between protein intake in general, no. Secondly, the increase in IGF-1 from a high protein meal is transient, so it'll go up, it'll go down. What you see with the cancer research in IGF-1 is it just stays elevated. So the transient effect of, IGF-1 going up and down after a meal, it probably doesn't do anything. And again, there's no association between higher protein intake and increased risk of cancer, all-cause mortality. It's just not there.
Protein sources. So I recommend you cutting down. Now I know you say, well, wait a second. Do I have to? Is it like the seesaw? Do I have to at the expense of muscles? Do I need to live longer? I think people really overestimate the benefit that they're going to get from muscles in terms of protein supplementation. So, for example, older men and women, there's no benefit to.
So that's not true. He's referring to studies on sarcopenia. So people who don't lift, don't exercise, if you increase their protein intake, in some circumstances you don't see it helping with sarcopenia. But that's because they're not lifting. He's asking about protein when it comes to athletics. You can find plenty of meta-analyses on this topic. The benefit of protein caps out at about 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight.
Adding extra protein for muscle mass, muscle strength, or performance. It's just not true. I mean, look at the latest meta-analysis and no statistically significant change, period, across the board.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's just on sarcopenia without weight resistance training.
Now, that's not true in younger men and women, middle-aged and young, as this questioner is. But so last I checked, there are 26 randomized controlled trials in middle-aged and younger individuals for adding protein to boost lean mass, and 25 out of 26 failed. 95% failed to show any significant increase in lean body mass. Okay, but enough of them trended in that direction, even though they didn't hit statistical significance, that when you put them all together in a meta-analysis, you get, on average, like a 0.3 kilograms, so less than a pound, increase over 13 weeks of an extra 40 grams of protein a day added to
By the way, that's a lot of muscle in only 13 weeks.
a resistance training program. So I think that's a lot less than people think. And of course, they're looking at lean mass, right? Lean mass can be water retention, can be liver inflammation or kidney swelling. There's actually not a great correlation between changes in lean mass and the gold standard measurement of muscle mass, which is muscle mass measured on MRI. And for stats geeks out there, that's an R value of 0.49, which is really weak correlation. So even getting more lean mass doesn't mean what we really care about, which is appendicular lean mass, thigh circumference or arm circumference.
So he's talking about something completely different. Again, you can look at the meta-analyses by what's his name, like Alan Aragon and shit. They've calculated that you get a benefit from protein intake up to about 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight. He's just talking about research that just looks at protein intake without weight training.
Conference, etc. So I would encourage you to not overdo it. Next up.
Yeah, Gregor doesn't know what he's talking about.
Why does Maui beg for food near his bowls when his bowls are full?
It's probably because they're not full enough. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Hi VG. I hope you are great tonight. So, remember those Asian giant hornets I sent you? Check out what happens to them when they fuck around and find out with Japanese honeybees lol they get cooked alive.
Yeah, I've seen that before. It's pretty gross. Poor bees. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
If the purge was real, what would you do?
Well, there'd be quite a few people I'd like to purge. Thanks for the donation, Barnaclehead.
A few weeks ago I was constipated and your advice helped me break up the turd stuck in my anus. I used the pick to break into many pieces and I am now able to sit normally in a chair. I'm still consuming 5 grams protein per pound, but I've had 2 movements since.
Well, that's good to hear. Glad my advice helped. Thanks for the donation, Concrete Turd.
Give it up, SJWS. They are not going to make a sequel to a movie from 8 years ago. Heck, it's been 10 years in production alone. There is no way in hell the actors are going to even want to return and risk their careers.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
On both sides, none more fervent than those of my next two guests. I'm joined by the American-Israeli commentator.
My god, the internet calls people nostalgia turds and boomers for preferring old movies and shows, and here are these supposed progress obsing over a movie from 8 years ago.
Yeah, true. It's pretty hypocritical. Thanks You were for already the donation, Dodo. Well, it looks like people are watching it.
Commentator Emily Schrader. I'm a journalist and filmmaker, Abby Martin. Well, welcome to both of you. Abby Martin, let me start with you. To me, genocide would mean the wholesale destruction of a people because of their ethnicity. That's how I've always understood genocide to mean. There is a internationally recognized 5-point guide to what is genocide. It says killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. By that definition, do you believe that what's happened in Gaza constitutes genocide?
I do, and I think that the fact that this debate is raging on shows that what Israel is doing is egregious enough. The fact that people are actually having a debate on whether or not it is genocide. Like you said, the International Court of Justice has agreed that there's a plausible case for genocide. I think that you just clearly articulated several factors that Israel...
So she's saying that like it means anything. The standard for burden of proof is incredibly low when they're determining plausibility.
...is in fact carrying out. The mental bodily harm and carrying about conditions to destroy a group of people. Clearly, the complete siege on Gaza, the elimination or the prevention rather of water, food, electricity.
So they're allowing aid to get into Gaza. It's not true that no water or food's getting in.
Prevention of aid, widespread preventable illnesses, killing people now. We see 2 million people on the brink of starvation. Clearly, these are all intended to destroy.
2 million people are not on the brink of starvation. You can look at the daily starvation deaths. You can count them on one hand.
Destroy a group of people. When you compound that with the indiscriminate bombing in the most densely populated places on Earth, I would absolutely constitute that as genocidal killing. And then peers compound that with the fact that there's genocidal intent. This is usually one of the hardest things to prove in a case of genocide. Not the case in Israel's genocide in Gaza. We have 5 pages just in the ICJ ruling that clearly lay out the explicit intent to carry out genocide. And
Tip of the night: if your anus is red, rash, red and itchy, put some Vaseline on the tip of your finger and apply it to your asshole.
All right, well, thank you for that advice. Appreciate the donation, Barnacle Head. Yeah, if you look at the evidence of genocide or intent of genocide from the ICJ report, it is garbage. They just cherry-picked quotes from like a few senators or governors or something. And if you look at the actual original quotes, like they're just taken out of context.
And I'll just point to two. The Israeli president, who said shortly after October 7th that no civilian in Gaza is innocent. And
yeah, so that's another misquote. He didn't say that. If you just look at what he said, he did not say that.
That they should have overthrown Hamas, and because they didn't, they are essentially worth killing. And then you have the defense minister shortly after October 7th that these are human animals. And
He did. So the defense minister didn't say Palestinians are human animals. He said Hamas are human animals. So that's another misquote. And the quote she said about Netanyahu. How do you spell his name? Netanyahu.
What is the quickest, least painful way to commit suicide?
Gunshot to the head. Thanks for the donation, Barnacle Head. Let's see. I can't remember the full original quote, but he didn't say no Palestinian is innocent. It was something else. I think he said not all Palestinians are innocent or something like that. Quoted former Israeli Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman, there are no innocents in Gaza. Okay, that's not even Netanyahu's quote. I don't think Netanyahu even said anything to that effect.
And we need to act accordingly as he announced the complete siege of Gaza. So taking all that into account, I would absolutely constitute what is happening is genocide. And Israel needs to be held accountable and stopped immediately because it's the gravest crime against humanity that a state can commit.
Okay. Emily Schrader, I mean, there's no doubt that if you study the direct quotes from some members of Netanyahu's cabinet, they are certainly speaking in a genocidal way. There's no question. There's enough of that being said since October the 7th. There's also a fact.
I actually would dispute
Yeah, that's not true. There might have been one or two quotes that are definitely sus, but yeah, all these quotes that they're just cherry picking, and some of them they literally altered the quote. So they'll say something like Hamas are human animals and they need to be exterminated, and they'll just quote like they need to be exterminated. Like that's literally what it is. The only path, $92. Next time Destiny says animals can't play music. Wow. That's amazing. Sigma memes. Sometimes a hey can be the beginning of the next 3 years of trauma, which is why I choose not to reply. Don't be sad. Sad is for losers, and we are not losers. We are much worse than that. Be the reason public places hiring more security. When someone tells me humans are superior to animals.
To stay them. Without the bond between mother and kid, and the kid will follow her wherever she...
Those goats are pretty awesome. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Thank you V_Gan in the chat for the advice, but don't worry, I probably won't actually kill myself ever.
Alright, well that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Barnacle Head.
In a battle to the death, Leafy, Penguins 0, Destiny, Idubs, Frank Tofano. Who comes in first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Do you think you could beat them all in a fight at once?
Yeah, I think I could beat them all in a fight at once. I think iDubbbz would come in first. Penguin Zero second. Destiny third. Frank fourth. And Leafy last. Thanks for the donation, JP.
When is the last time you talked to RC? Do you miss him?
Has to be like a couple of years now. No, he's an asshole. Thanks for the donation, Barnaclehead.
That I actually take issue with some of the comments that she made. For example, when we're talking about human animals, it was specific in the context, and if you understand Hebrew, you know that the context of this was speaking specifically about Hamas terrorists, who I would agree with that description. Of course, not all Palestinians are human animals, and Palestinian civilians, there are many innocent people. However, as President Herzog said, it is also true that there is a certain degree of complicity with many of the people of Gaza. Now, does that mean that they deserve to die?
Barnaclehead, donate $2. Let me see.
What's he gonna do? Oh boy. What are you doing? I still see some birds out there. I'm sorry about the snow, little boo. Daddy can't control that. No, I can't control that. This time of year is a wild card. I'm sorry, little boo. I know you don't like the snow. I hope it's a bird, not a bug. Oh, it is a bird. Yes. What are you doing on the countertop, little boo? You can get in trouble. Hey, buddy, you gonna help Daddy with laundry? Looks like he has little, like, dinosaur scales in his back, don't you, little boo? Looks like you have a dino cut.
Wow.
Oh boy, he's gonna hop down now, isn't he? Uh-oh. It's like a show and tell. Even though there's...
That's a really cute kitty. I like his meows. Thanks for that donation, Barnaclehead.
As she stated, no, of course not. But it's not the same thing as being innocent either.
But that would imply that there
I would disagree. If you support Hamas, you should die. Totally disagree.
are no innocent people in the Palestinian side.
I don't think that that's true, that there's no innocent people.
Isn't that what you just effectively said?
I think that there is a certain degree of complicity with many of the population.
How
as
many?
we see in the polls, according to their polls, the Palestinian conducted.
How many?
What is it now? Like 70% support the October 7th attack?
How many?
Over 70% of the people in Gaza support the actions of October 7th. I wish it wasn't the case.
But Emily, you're just using...
What finishing move would you use to kill all of those YouTubers in a fight to the death?
I'd probably lay them down on their stomach and then just kick the back of their neck and just crush them like a bug. Thanks for the donation, JP.
You're just using that poll. You're using that poll to paint all civilians as guilty. Do you realize that?
That's not what she did.
I am absolutely not. I literally stated the opposite.
Yes, you are.
I said 70%.
You're saying that because
I said 70%.
Emily?
Of course there are innocent Palestinians.
So what does that mean?
But
you're rationalizing collective punishment and starvation of
Here we go. Collective punishment. You're a fucking idiot.
2 million people, 1 million kids. That's what you're rationalizing by saying that 70% agree
over
with the actions of October
17,000
7th,
trucks
Emily.
of humanitarian aid have entered Gaza. Some of them that are being stopped right now on the border are actually being prevented from entering by Egypt, not by Israel. Israel has inspected them and approved them. Furthermore, the reason that aid isn't being distributed properly isn't because of Israel, it's because of Hamas, who has been taking the aid, shooting Palestinian civilians inside of Gaza. And this is according to Palestinian statements on social media in Arabic who have been speaking about this. And then taking that aid and selling it at double, triple, quadruple the prices of what would be the regular market for those items. So you cannot place this all on Israel.
But if you say that 70%...
Emily.
Hang on a sec, Abby. So 70% of people in Palestine are of this view. 50% of that population are under 18. They're children. So are you including large numbers of children in your...
Yeah, who cares? Like, do you think I care if a 9-year-old is like a Nazi? I'd kill the fucking 9-year-old.
Your assessment that Palestinians...
Like, I don't know why people, like, think, oh, but it's a child. Like, okay, it's a fucking Nazi child who wants to kill Jews. Like, do I fucking care if I kill a 9-year-old Hitler Youth? Do I care if I kill a 9-year-old who's a Hamas member? The fuck does age matter? They're still a piece of shit.
Believe this way.
I don't believe that the statistics of...
What's going on up there? Hey, Jasmine. What's going on?
Of that poll, how they conducted it, included children. However, I don't know, so I would have to investigate that
It didn't
further.
include children, then that doesn't include half the people in Gaza. And that's,
According to whose statistics? According to the Gaza Ministry
well,
of Health, which is controlled by Hamas?
Half the population.
Because even this 30,000 number
hang on,
is coming from Hamas.
I realize that, but it hasn't been disputed by other agencies. And historically, the Hamas figures through the Palestinian Health Authority have been broadly proven to be accurate over time.
No, they haven't been. They have not been broadly proven to be accurate. In fact, there was just recently an investigation. They found that they're deliberately undercounting male deaths to make it seem as though Israeli airstrikes are targeting civilians. So that's totally false.
Which
30,000 casualties, and they're claiming that none of them are combatants. How is that accurate? It doesn't even make sense.
That's not the number I'm talking about. The number I'm talking about is if half the population of Gaza is under 18, then saying that 70% of the people in Gaza have a view would have to include a lot of children, right? And if you don't include the children, you don't.
Well, I don't even know if that's true. Let me see if I can find a source for the original poll. Fuck, 70%. Where the fuck is the percent sign? There we go. 70% Gaza support. October 7th. National Review. 71% of Palestinians in both Gaza Strip and West Bank believe Hamas made the right decision in attacking Israel, according to a new poll conducted by Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Review. "91% of Palestinians, according to the survey, do not think Hamas committed war crimes. 93% say the terrorist organization did not commit the well-documented acts of rape and civilian slaughter that took place on October 7th. When asked who should control the Gaza Strip after the current war ends, 64% of response in the West Bank, 52% in Gaza said Hamas should rule the territory. I just want to know who was included in the
Also,
poll.
the all-female Ghostbusters lost Sony $70 million, so why the fuck would they ever want to make a sequel to it?
Yeah, true, Dodo. That's true. Thanks for the donation. Because babies aren't going to be asked for this polling data. Like, they're not going to ask a 3-year-old. So I just want to know what the average age of the, like, polling. Methodology of data collection in the Gaza Strip. 75 locations were selected from among those in Rafah, Deir Alba, Makkah. Okay, these are just a bunch of weird, dumb names. Regular random samples selected from the list of these locations representing all the shelters in Rafah. In the accounting areas specified by Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, the number of selected locations was 14. We identified additional sampling areas. 10 people were randomly selected on a regular basis for interviews. Rejection rate was 9%. They don't mention anything about age. Yeah, I don't know if, because again, they're not going to ask like a 7-year-old these questions, I would imagine. So they're probably like young adults, you know, in their like mid-teens at least. So saying they're children, Smar, registered trademark, and donated 221. My brain is superior and my mind is transcendent. Your take on BB is flawed. Walt's choice to not accept money from his friend is not a sign of bad writing. Common theme in Breaking Bad is characters making bad decisions or bad choices and facing with the resulting consequences. There was absolutely no logical way to explain why Walt would refuse money from his friend for the operation. None whatsoever. If he wanted, like, not only his medical bills paid and, like, his mortgage paid and, like, his, like, money for his kids to go to college and all that, he could have still accepted the money from his friend and still sold crystal meth. It would have made it so he'd have to sell less crystal meth to get the money he wanted. Like there's no reasonable basis for him to have refused that money. It was stupid. It was bad writing. Like, stop trying to excuse it. It is what it is. It was just stupid bad writing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Don't include half the population. Well, then you're talking about a narrow number of people. Comparative.
Sure, but you also have to consider the fact that Hamas is actively recruiting and indoctrinating youth with this very extremist jihadist ideology, and it's child abuse. It's an unfortunate reality that Palestinian children are dealing with.
Why we're killing 12, 13,000 innocent children, whatever the exact number is
the Israeli authorities are not targeting children. Like, that's such a stupid loaded question.
Superfluous to the general proportionate effect that so many kids have been killed.
I don't agree with these numbers.
Well, how
at
many
all.
do you think have been killed?
We don't know. We do not know at this
and
point.
Yet you're very happy on the Israel side.
You have to consider the fact that there are many of them
let me ask you a
between
question.
the ages of 14 to 17
how many Hamas,
who are members of Hamas.
How many
and we have seen that proven.
How many Hamas terrorists have been killed?
We don't know. At least 9,000, though.
So you're happy to believe those numbers?
Because they're coming from the IDF, which is a democratic society that's a member of the UN, that's beholden to the international community. The likelihood of an entire democratic nation being able to lie about the figures like this is much lower than the Palestinian Health Authority that's just controlled by a totalitarian dictatorship, Hamas.
How many people believe those numbers?
You're happy to believe those numbers?
Of course I'm happy to
Why?
believe those numbers. Because Israel is a democratic country with the rule of law, and they hold people accountable when they violate those laws.
Right, okay. I mean, see, I think the problem with questioning the numbers from the Palestinian Health Authority is that most other agencies, independent agencies, broadly agree that these numbers...
Guess what? The agencies that are agreeing with the numbers from the Palestinian Health Authority, they work directly with Hamas.
So you started Breaking Bad? Awesome. How far in are you?
I'm at about episode 6. Thanks for that donation, nigga. So all these organizations, like especially aid organizations, so like Red Cross, UNRWA, shit like that, they work directly with Hamas. Okay, so if they have to work with Hamas, cooperate with them in order to be able to get aid into the country, they're not going to rock the boat and say, "Oh yeah, Hamas is in control of the Palestinian Health Authority, and they're completely lying about their fucking mortality statistics and shit." They're not going to do that. We've already seen evidence of widespread corruption within these agencies too, where some of them are literal fucking Hamas members. So like, why does it matter if aid organizations like the fucking Red Cross are saying, oh yeah, the Palestinian Health Authority data is accurate? The fuck does that matter? They're just taking their fucking word for it. There's no other verification.
Are about right. And if they're right, then 12,000, 13,000 children have been killed. And I would argue that it's very hard to see how the radicalization issue that the Israelis talk about will not be exacerbated by killing 13,000 innocent kids.
Guess what? When you kill bad people, they don't wake up again. So I don't know why you'd think this is radicalizing anybody.
Right, and can I just address some of the points she made, because they're all just egregious lies. I mean, she's a paid propagandist for the state of Israel. I think that we
kind
should
of
get that
like
out of the
you
way.
being a paid
Egypt,
propagandist
Emily,
for Putin,
Emily.
or defending the Chinese Communist.
Ben Boy, don't need to tell us, new Daniel Larson freakout just dropped. All right, let me see. Hopefully this is family friendly enough. He's gonna call somebody the N-word, isn't he?
Fuck you, nigger! Fuck you, Bob!
I knew it.
Fuck you, nigger! I will bomb your house till the day you fucking die! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Call the feds on me, you fucking liar!
Dude, imagine if Daniel Larson was black. This guy would never see the light of day. Like, this is white privilege in action. If Daniel Larson was black, he'd probably get shot by the police by now.
Bomb! 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 Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Kill! Kill!
Yeah, does he have, like, rabies? A lot of drooling. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Party,
You know
or
what?
defending
Emily,
the Chinese
Emily,
Communist Party
Emily,
against
let me
the
speak.
crimes they're committing against the people of Hong Kong.
Let me
Emily, let
speak.
Abby talk.
Let me speak. Emily, let me speak. You just spoke just flagrant lies for the last minute. When I was on this show 10 years ago, I was actually speaking out against RT on Russia Today. Can you say the same? I'm a completely independent journalist. You are literally a paid propagandist for the Israeli military.
That
you just had the
is
audacity
libel.
to sit
I
down
have
with an
never
Israeli
received
military
any funds
official.
from the Israeli military, and I would be happy
so
to
you
sue
just were
over
working
it.
for free? You literally said that you worked for the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, that you've worked with Stand With Us, which is an appendage of the Israeli government. Let me
No, it's
address
not.
the things that you just threw out there, which are lies. Yes, of course, they receive grants from the Knesset.
No, they don't.
Emily,
That is
you are
absolutely
lying.
false.
Egypt, Israel has. Look it up on the internet, Emily. I'm not sure why you're lying
I
again,
worked
but
there.
this is
I'm
what you
pretty
guys
sure
do.
I
You
know.
deflect, you
They
lie,
have
you
never
smear.
received funding from
Emily,
the
we
Israeli
can't just
government.
keep
It's not
speaking over
legal.
each other the entire
It's not
time.
legal. Then stop
Emily,
lying, Abby.
please let me
Stop
speak.
lying.
Israel has bragged the fact that Egypt just follows their orders. Okay, so we know that the aid is being prevented not only by fanatical Israelis who are blocking the aid trucks.
Israel's not blocking the aid trucks. What is it now? Like close to 500 per day on average are getting in? It's a lot. It's more than what was going into the country pre-war. And they have to inspect the aid trucks. They're not blocking them. They have to do inspections for security reasons. You fucking idiot. Like, this is just the biggest fucking bullshit meme.
Proudly, but from Israel themselves, Emily, and we know that almost as many civilians have been shot by Israeli forces just trying to scavenge for aid and food than civilians have died on October 7th.
That is blatantly
This
false.
is regular routine massacres that are happening of just desperate, starving Palestinians that are amassing to see.
Care to provide any evidence of that roughly 1,400 innocent civilians have gotten shot and killed by the IDF ground forces who are just scrounging for food? Care to show me the... Oh, it's the Palestinian Health Authority. It's Hamas. Yeah, Hamas says this.
Seek food. Is there anything that is more depraved than that?
That's
than to
absolutely
shoot
false. Earlier
desperate
this week, 7
people
million,
seeking
7
food.
million
You can't,
pounds of
you
food.
can't just keep
Food
saying
alone entered
Hamas.
Gaza. 7 million pounds
You-
in
and
one
there's
day.
five-
Let me try if I
500
can. Let me
trucks
try
per
and
day
bring
should
it-
be getting in.
I want to come
500
back
trucks
to,
per day.
Let me if I can, bring it back to the debate, which is about the genocide. On March the 26th, 2024, UN Human Rights Report called for Israel to be placed under an arms embargo on the grounds it has carried out acts of genocide in Gaza. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Palestinian territory, said in her report,
Oh, funny how there should be an arms embargo in Israel, but there shouldn't be an arms embargo in fucking Palestine, where fucking Hamas is getting weapons from Iran. Right. Let's not embargo them, but let's embargo Israel.
there were reasonable grounds to believe that Israel was carrying out 3 of the 5 acts, which I named earlier, defined as genocide. And she said these were killing Palestinians, causing them seriously bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated.
Dude, your arguments are still so embarrassing and uninformed. Do you follow what's happening at all? Like worse than Destiny. Explain the recorded drone strike and the Lavender system and Daddy's home system and say no civilians are targets. Such a joke, bro.
What, one fucking aid truck getting bombed from that where six people died? Whoopee fucking diddly do. Okay, they did an oopsie. Like, I give a shit. Thanks for the donation quest.
To bring about the physical destruction of the population in whole.
Like, and by the way, if you're gonna claim the AI system they're using to select targets is like such a problem, show me the fucking data that the AI has a lower probability of selecting a valid target than humans would. Like, wait, it's just an assumption. Oh, they're using a computer system to help select targets. Obviously, they're trying to target civilians. Like, it's just so stupid. The amount of assumptions you make. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Do you agree with Piers Morgan's stance on Israel-Palestine but disagree with him on pretty much every other issue?
As far as I understand, Piers Morgan thinks Israel should have a right to go to war with Hamas, so I agree with him on that. I get the feeling that he's far too sympathetic to Palestinians, though. So I think fundamentally we agree, but I think some of his more nuanced positions, I probably disagree with him on. But yeah, most other things like veganism, definitely disagree with him on that. Thanks for that donation, Lego.
Or in part. So to that point, Emily, just forget the ad hominem stuff for a moment. On this, you've got the UN, you've got the ICJ, you've got increasingly the Americans actually trying to distance themselves from what's happening here. A growing sense that there is, if not full-blown genocide, a version of genocide happening here that meets quite a few criteria.
I mean, I think the definition of genocide requires intent to destroy a nation. And that is not what we're seeing. It's not what we've seen since day one. You have to remember the fact that this war was not started.
Israel could have turned Gaza into a fucking parking lot. If they wanted to eradicate a fucking civilian population, they could have fucking done it. Like, why are they resorting to using ground troops to, like, shoot and kill civilians when they could just do that better with fucking Hellfire missiles? It makes no fucking sense. And what, the only, like, they can only account for roughly 20,000 civilian deaths out of, what, 5 million people who live in fucking Gaza? Like, get fucked. Like, either Israel's the worst nation imaginable at committing genocide, or genocide isn't happening.
One aid truck lol. Chat, see how clueless he is? It was 3 trucks, they hunted them across miles. And I was talking about them drone striking 4 young unarmed dudes that was all over the media last week. Again, uninformed. You even know what Lavender system is?
Okay, so the 4 unarmed men were probably Hamas members. Everybody called them children. They clearly weren't children. They looked like adult men who were at least in their 20s. Secondly, just because somebody's unarmed, that doesn't mean they're not a military target. You can have soldiers that are unarmed. Like, obviously, Hamas members aren't going to be carrying around AK-47s and rocket launchers when there's fucking Israeli drones flying overhead. That's, like, literally just putting a target over your head. So they're probably tracking them for a while. They probably identified them, maybe based on facial features or something. And then, bye-bye, they're fucking dead. So you're an idiot just because you find some fucking random video where somebody's unarmed. Oh, they must be civilians. Like, I don't care. Okay, show me evidence that the people they killed were civilians, and then maybe we can talk. Just because you find a fucking video that you don't understand what the fuck is going on, you can just make assumptions that, oh, Israel's targeting civilians. And yeah, okay, maybe it was 3 trucks. I only saw footage of the one truck being destroyed. But yeah, the way they identify targets is by following them. They see what routes they're headed on and whether or not they're going towards Hamas known locations. And then based on some of that information, they might call in a strike. They did an oopsie, okay? Whatever. There's going to be mistakes made in a war. How is that an indication of genocide? Like, again, 500,000 innocent German civilians were killed in World War II. Would you call that a fucking genocide? Were the RAF pilots in World War II committing genocide by bombing innocent civilians, dickhead? Like, yeah, innocent people die in fucking war. Whoopie fucking diddly do.
The cabinet minister who actually said he would be happy to drop a nuclear bomb on Gaza. That would have been the destruction
Well,
of the
there are
population.
plenty of stupid comments from many Israeli politicians that I don't agree
Right,
with.
but you said earlier that nobody on
But this is not
hang
the
on, you
same
said
thing.
earlier
We
that-
did not
hang on,
start this
Emily, let
war.
me point-
This is not a war we
Emily,
wanted. It is
I
not a
understand.
war we started.
I've made that point very clear.
Furthermore,
Let me
Israel
finish.
does have the ability to commit genocide, and they are not.
Let me
Why
just-
would we send 17,000 trucks
That's
of
such
aid?
an abuser, crazy thing to say. You have a gun to the head of Palestinians saying, we could commit genocide
Hang on,
if we
don't all
wanted
talk
to.
over each other. I want to finish my
insane.
point about the cabinet member who said that was quite crystal clear in his genocidal intent. He thought it would be fine to drop a bomb, a nuclear bomb, on Gaza. You said earlier that nobody on the cabinet, nobody under...
Yeah, again, that's a fucking misquote. And I've seen a few of those nuclear bomb claims. They were either made clearly as a joke, or if it was in reference to a possible Iranian invasion. So get fucked.
Netanyahu, from the start of his war, had ever espoused any genocidal thoughts or statements. He did that, guy.
I didn't say that no one in the
got fired over
government
it.
has said that. I said that the quotes she specifically mentioned are inaccurate.
Right, but what about the guy who got fired specifically for saying that about
He should
dropping a
have been
nuclear
fired.
bomb? Right.
He
so,
should have been fired.
So do you accept there have been people with that mindset on the cabinet?
I
in-
think
in
that
Israel?
there are people who have made all kinds of egregious statements on both sides, and I can give you a few examples of genocidal intent if you want from the other side,
Well,
because
how-
that's really the only
we can-
side
we can-
that has proven
We
genocidal
can come to that. We can come to that. But on that point, do you accept then that there are people in Israeli government, albeit he was fired for it, who have espoused genocidal sentiments?
So yes, there have been a few individuals who have said some sus things, and yeah, the one guy got fired for it. He got fired. Like this is proof of a democratic system working. So you're admitting Israel is a democratic nation. When people step out of bounds, they get fired and replaced. But Israel's the genocidal one. But we don't condemn Hamas.
You're an idiot. They shared the route and got clearance from the IDF. Get facts right. And there's 2.5 million Gaza. Bro. And you think it's fair in war to drone unarmed anyone? Clueless. And Germany was part of why they made the rules after. Ignorant.
Yeah, so there's... Wait, give me a second. Population of Gaza, 2023. 2.1. Okay, so whatever. 20,000 out of 2.1. I don't know where I got that million figure. I never said they didn't get clearance. I admitted it was an oopsie. I understand they got clearance, and the IDF should have known. It should have been on their systems that those aid transport trucks were in a clear zone. They should have known. Again, it's an oopsie. I know they did something wrong. And you think it's fair in war to drone unarmed anybody? I didn't say it's okay to drone strike anybody. I said you don't know the fucking context of why those people were targeted and why they were killed. You're just seeing a fucking video that you know nothing about and assuming Israel did something bad because you're a fucking anti-Semite and you think everything a Jew does is wrong. So, like I said before, if you actually look at the Geneva Convention and look at actual laws regarding warfare, you can kill unarmed people so long as they're part of the fucking militant group you're targeting. If they were Hamas members, whether they're armed or not, they are valid targets that you can fucking kill. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
The name is Smart Man. Walt's decision is similar to how Goku and Vegeta refused to use fusion against Kid Buu. He's extremely stubborn and proud. Character flaws are necessary. The writing is not at fault.
Okay, I don't know why you would use Dragon Ball Z as an example of good writing. The amount of stupid shit Dragon Ball Z characters have done is insane. They let enemies power up so that they can, like, have a harder fight deliberately. Yeah, they refuse to use fusion techniques. They won't turn Super Saiyan when they fucking should. They'll give, like, enemies sensu beans. Like, yeah, there's stupid writing in Dragon Ball Z, too. Why are you using that as a good example of, oh, yeah, see, other good writers do this? And,
What happened?
Me.
I haven't gotten this far in the show yet, but, like, again, Walt's decision to not accept the money from those people is just stupid. There's no justifying it. It's just stupid. It's bad writing. Thanks for the donation, Smar.
Went to Bestie's Vegan Paradise in Hollywood, CA, vegan-only grocery store, and has won Best Grocery Store in Veg News for the past 4 years. Absolutely incredible, and had a lot of vegan products I didn't even know existed. Should look it up.
Well, unfortunately, I don't live in California, and I'm probably not going to visit California anytime soon, but that's cool. Best place that I know of in Canada that's a vegan grocery store would be Coven. Yeah, Coven Plant-Based Market. Thanks for the donation, though, Cody.
Sentiment. They have.
I don't know of anyone who is in the current Israeli government
Well,
that
no,
would
you're
support
fired.
any form of genocide.
Right.
Has anyone
Look at
ever?
the
Of
ICJ
course,
ruling.
people have on both
5
sides.
pages.
Okay, Abby.
The ICJ ruling was stupid. They misquoted, like, they literally just took a bunch of quotes out of context. That's all they did.
5 pages. Yeah.
5 pages of people,
5
including
pages.
social media posts of celebrities, including some of the people I know. That doesn't
Didn't they use, like, Gal Gadot as an example?
that doesn't qualify as a legitimate intent to carry out a genocide. They included one from a
Emily,
comedian
look
on
at the
there
Gaza
as well.
Strip.
Not to
Emily,
mention the fact that if we
Emily,
talk
look
about
at
the
Gaza Strip.
illegitimacy,
It's completely decimated. Every cultural aspect of life in Gaza has been completely obliterated.
Yeah, blame Hamas. They're the ones who embed themselves in civilian infrastructure, so get fucked.
To make it uninhabitable and unsurvivable for future generations there.
I mean, that is hard
That
to.
is
I mean, just to
genocidal,
say,
Emily.
that is hard to argue. When you look at what's happened in northern Gaza in particular, it's pretty much been leveled.
I've been there. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Why would anyone expect regular Palestinians to be able to go back to homes that don't exist? Where are they going to go?
Many of them already
They're gonna be rebuilt, stupid.
have started going back, and they need to reconstruct Gaza the same way that they needed to reconstruct Gaza after 2021. But they're going to have to do so together with partners, whether it's Israel, the United States, or others.
Richard. Resorting to calling anti-Semitism when people call out well-documented war crimes. Sad. Lastly, since you keep avoiding this, open and search the words "Where's Daddy?" Fuck you.
How do you do the search thing? Intelligence, human bottleneck, targets, formerly lavender system,
Did they really use Wonder Woman the fictional character as an example that's not real?
I think they used a quote from Gal Gadot. It might have been some other celebrity. But yeah, it's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Why do I have to search the term "where's daddy"? Like, yeah, I get it. Innocent people being bombed. Great. Blame Hamas. Why is the IDF responsible for this? Again, all this can come to an end if Hamas agrees to surrender, but they won't. But yeah, let's blame Israel.
Other Arab nations in a post-Hamas reality.
And by the way, you haven't actually shown any evidence of war crimes. All you've done is shown oopsies. Like, that's it. Oopsie doesn't mean war crime.
And if we're talking about the problem in Gaza and how the Palestinians are suffering, you cannot remove Hamas from this equation. Hamas is the group that has been
Control L. Wait. Yeah, that's not doing anything.
persecuting the Palestinian people as well.
Oh, Control F, sorry. Additional automated systems, including one, let me see. Moreover, the Israeli army systematically attacked the target individuals while they were in their homes, usually at night, while their whole families were present, rather than during the course of military action, according to sources, because from what they regarded as an intelligence standpoint, it was easier to locate the individuals in their private houses. Yep, that makes sense. Additional automated systems, including one called Where's Daddy, also revealed here for the first time, were used specifically to track the targeted individuals, carry out bombings when they had entered their family's residence. So, I don't know if this is a known code word for Hamas members or something. I don't know. Like, again, this is circumstantial evidence at best. So I don't know why they'd use that specific term. It might have been for a specific individual. It might have been a coded message or word that they were targeting. What do I care?
Well, that is true, Abby. I don't think there's any question. I don't think there's any question Hamas has been suppressing and oppressing its own people. I think that they have become increasingly vocal in their desire to cause maximum damage to Israel and to Jewish people. They've said since October the 7th through their official spokesman that they will do this again and again and again. That actually is genocide.
If you spent a second looking at that, you'd see that it's specifically about how they target and wait until targets are at home and bomb their whole families. As usual, you don't bother looking at what's sent, and are you claiming the aid trucks are anti-crimes?
Again, what would constitute a crime is if there's some sort of like gross negligence to where any reasonable person would have
Sup VG, my girl just swallowed my nut and said it tasted sweet. Has Jasmine ever said her nut tasted sweet? I definitely don't have diabetes, but I've seen some stuff online that says vegan sperm taste diff. Thanks.
Yes, eating fruits and vegetables can make your cum taste better. Thanks for the donation, Fohammer. So if you can prove there's somehow some sort of like gross negligence beyond like what any reasonable person would like beyond like what any reasonable well-minded person would take care to prevent, maybe you could consider that a war crime. Or if they deliberately targeted civilians, that's another, like, the aid truck workers, that would be a war crime. But again, if you look at the chain of command and there were mistakes made, but what would be considered reasonable mistakes for a human to make? Probably not a war crime. I don't personally have a fucking problem with targeting Hamas officials and waiting until they're in their family's home. If they have families, their families are probably pieces of shit and they're supportive of Hamas, so don't really particularly care. Secondly, it might not be practical or viable to target these people when they're not in their homes, and it might increase the likelihood of killing more civilians. So if these people have daily schedules where they're, say, going to be in large crowds of people, that would probably be worse targeting them then than if they're in their family's home where there's maybe only 2, 3, 4 other people present. So again, like, why would I suspect that you're going to create more civilian casualties if you're targeting Hamas officials when they're in their family homes? Why would I grant that? And why would I care? Okay, like again, if your husband or your father is a Hamas member, you're probably a piece of shit too. So I don't care if a fucking 5-year-old kid has a Hamas father. Kill the 5-year-old. I don't fucking care. That kid's probably gonna grow up to be a piece of shit just like his dad. The dude, Hamas dude, is married to some bitch. Kill the bitch. Like, again, she's probably a piece of shit for fucking marrying a Hamas member. Like, I care if they die. Thanks for the donation, dude. BG's frozen sperm cells donate tellers. Can you debate History Speaks on IP? He had like 3 months back and forth with Avi on Twitter and Discord and still is obnoxious as fuck about being anti-Israel. Avi had to block him and he's still at him, lol. Who is this? History Speaks.
Bitch.
Never heard of this guy.
Instead of trying to apologize or trying to, is the one
like, if Avi is blocking this person, I don't really have an interest in debating them.
who gave
Like,
a-
if they're bad enough for Avi to block, I don't know, and I don't know who this guy is. Thanks for the donation, VG's frozen sperm cells.
Suicidal rhetoric. If you're pledging to destroy a people in as many numbers as you can, as often as you can, that is a form of genocide, isn't it?
Look, what precipitated even the origin of Hamas? Hamas didn't just grow out of thin air. I mean,
They're a breakoff from the Muslim Brotherhood. They're a jihadist terrorist organization. Hamas or something like it would have arisen anyway, whether Israel was there or not.
It was precipitated by
but what about my question, though?
decades of brutal occupation and ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, but what about my...
Yeah, ethnic cleansing. Weird how 20% of the Israeli population is Arab, but yeah, they're ethnically cleansing.
Question whether or not Hamas is genocidal as in its intent, I disagree. And Emily...
Hamas is not genocidal in its intent. It's literally in their charter where they reference an Islamic prophecy where there will be a day where all Jews will be eradicated, and you're denying that Hamas has genocidal intent when they've literally stated they want to kill all Jews across the entire planet. But Hamas is not genocidal. Yes, thank you for proving that pro-Palestinians are the most fucking terror-worshipping scumbags on the fucking planet. These people don't care about fucking Palestinians. They don't want Palestinian people to be free or live good lives. They just suck terrorist cock and they hate Jews. That's all they're fucking interested in.
saying, look, Hamas is reacting. They're an armed resistance group trying to fight for their liberation.
They're not an armed resistance group. They're jihadists. They're no different than like ISIS or the Taliban.
I'm not justifying anything that they've done. The United States also called Nelson Mandela and the ANC a terrorist organization. I think
That's complete dodge. That's whataboutism.
an armed resistance group trying to fight for the liberation of Palestine.
She won't even answer the question. Here we go. Here we go. Prove to everybody that the pro-Palestinians are fucking idiots.
You think they're
I'm not going to
terrorist
sit here and give an
organization?
obligatory. Do you think Israel's a terrorist organization,
Of course
Emily?
not.
Do you think Israel's a terrorist
Of course
organization?
not.
No.
Can you answer my question? Do
Yeah,
you
let's
think
agree to
Hamas is a
disagree.
terrorist
I
organization?
already did.
No,
I
she
already
didn't.
did.
Do you
Let me
think-
explain something
Do you
to
think
you.
that the acts committed on October 7th were legitimate? You think that gang rape, that
Do you think
mass
that the
rape,
acts that Israel
sexual
did that
violence is a method of
precipitated
war? That's
October
legitimate?
Hang on. Look,
Do you think
look,
October
don't talk about
6th,
it.
5th,
Let me
4th, 8th,
let me ask you the question
Yeah.
which has made me infamous, famous, whatever you want to do. But do you condemn Hamas for what they did on October the 7th?
I'm not going to sit here and give an obligatory condemnation.
Here we go. They always ruin it. They always ruin it, and they show their true colors. this isn't about helping Palestinians. Like, the best case for Palestinians would be to, like, wipe out any Palestinian authority, have Israel take over all the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and just integrate Arabs into their society. That would be the best case scenario for Arabs, because that's the only way they're going to have, like, equal human rights and shit. All the reasonable people who aren't, like, crazy jihadist terrorists that are living in Gaza and the West Bank, they all want to move to Israel and become Israeli citizens. Ask any, like, gay or trans people living in Gaza or the West Bank, they all want to move to Israel and become Israeli citizens. You know why? Because in Israel, they actually have human fucking rights. So, like, like her trying to prop up a Palestinian authority like Hamas and, like, claim they're, like, some sort of legitimate government, they're not terrorists. She has no interest in helping Palestinians. This is all about hating Jews.
Of Hamas, I
It was a terrorist attack of appalling magnitude.
Of what I think.
Surely on pure humanity grounds.
Piers, listen.
You cannot watch the devastating murder of 1,200 people and not say it was a despicable.
I think you should take down that video. I'm begging you. Hamza is sleeping. I used to be a person just like you. But he sealed me away. And I became his necklace. He's a monster. VG, he has the death note. I don't want him to figure out your shit he's up.
I don't think he has a death note. If I had a death note, I'd definitely death note Hamza. Let's see. My name is Gig and I approve this message. Fuzzy peach candy tastes good equals fuzzy peach candy must be healthy. Yeah, really. Potatoes make me stupid, though. Some of these are good. Yeah, Hamza's an idiot. Thanks for that donation, though, Hamza's necklace.
Terror
What
act
begets-
and condemn the people who did it.
Look, listen, I'm not going to give an obligatory condemnation of Hamas. What I will do is
Will you give
condemn
any
the
condemnation
policies
of
that
Hamas?
precipitate violence. What I will do is condemn the roots of the violence, because
The root of the violence is Islamic jihadism. That's what the root of violence is.
inevitably you will have blowback when you deny millions of people basic human rights, when they're living under brutal medieval.
Guess what? All the Arabs living in Israel have basic human rights. Palestinians living in Gaza and West Bank don't, because they're living under a fucking jihadist dictatorship.
Siege and barbaric military occupation, a fascist military occupation in the West Bank. Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. Look at what Israel.
Yes, they do. They pretty much do. Look, Hamas gets majority support in the West Bank. Nobody likes what's his fucking name again? Now I can't remember his name. Nobody likes the current Palestinian Authority leader in the West Bank. If he were to call a vote now, he'd be outed. Hamas gets majority support there. And Hamas operates out of the West Bank. I think every single terror attack that's come out of the West Bank, Hamas has taken responsibility for.
Has done
But
in
you
the West
can't-
Bank
you
since
can't
October
condemn
7th.
Hamas for what
this
they
isn't
did on
about
October
Hamas.
the 7th.
This is not about Hamas.
Well, it's all
I
about
condemn
Hamas.
It is about
what
Hamas.
will beget
It's all about
violence
Hamas.
inevitably.
What are you talking
I'm not going to
about?
sit here and condemn Hamas.
The entire war.
I'm sorry?
This entire war has been because of what Hamas did on October the 7th. You could go back in
Absolutely
history.
not.
You could go back
Absolutely
in
not,
history
Piers.
and
Like, by the way, this is like it's in their charter. They don't complain about things like, oh, Israel's taken away our rights, they've taken away our resources, or anything like that. Like, they have this quote from The River to the Sea. They just hate Jews. They want to exterminate Jews, and they think a jihadist dictatorship should be in control of the entire world. It's in their charter. So, like, Israel has been nothing but benevolent to Palestinians. They've given, I don't know how many billions of dollars in aid. They've helped with their water systems. They've helped to improve their economy by, like, building greenhouses and shit. Like, and then what does Hamas do? They fucking destroy their water system. They dig up pipes and shit and turn them into fucking rockets. They destroy all of the Israeli built infrastructure, including like the greenhouse systems they made, because they call it dirty Jew technology. Like what do you fucking mean? Like, who's more of a fucking who's damaging Palestinians more, Israel or fucking Hamas? Hamas, obviously.
You can find arguments on both sides in the last 70 years. I've had the arguments many times.
No, because
but you cannot
see,
dispute
what you're doing is.
What am I doing?
What you're doing is conflating and pretending like there are two equal sides. Oh, they've just been fighting for decades. There's always reasons on both sides to start the violence. No, that's not true. There's one side that's an occupying, colonizing force that.
Oh, occupying, colonizing force. You know how fucking Islam was spread, dipshit? It was through occupation and colonization. Every single Islamic nation on the planet exists because of warfare and colonization. So, if we're gonna blame anybody for being fucking colonizers, it ought to be fucking Arabs.
Continuously and violently expels and subjugates and brutalizes and terrorizes the other side. They are living
They never did that. The only reason Palestinians were ever displaced is because they decided to go to war with Israel.
Under the boot of Israeli authorities, whether you're in Gaza and occupied completely militarily by the outside, or whether you're living under a fascist military dictatorship in the West Bank.
So do you, if
that
you believe,
is the
okay,
root
so if
of
you
the
believe,
violence.
okay, so
that is the root of the violence.
Let me ask
this
you
is
this.
75 years
Let me
of
ask you
ethnic
this,
cleansing
Abby.
and
All right,
apartheid.
I hear you. Let me ask you this.
Ethnic cleansing. Again, please explain to me how 20% of the Israeli population is Arab.
If you believe then that Hamas are a armed resistance, as you put it, and they have, presumably then you believe what they did on October the 7th was justified, do you?
I didn't say that. No,
No,
absolutely
well,
not.
wouldn't that be
I'm
the
not sitting here justifying anything.
Isn't the
I'm
logical
just
extension of
explaining
your
that.
argument? If you
Oh, right. Yeah. So this is the mental gymnastics we have to play. Oh, Hamas aren't terrorists. They're a resistance group. Oh, so what they did on October 7th was justified? I never said that.
believe they're an armed resistance and they are
That's not true.
they are doing what they're doing because they are responding to acts of terror by another side, surely you would say that what they did was justified. Or if it's not justified, what is it? You either condemn it or you think it's justified. I don't think you can sit in the middle, can you?
Look, I don't need to sit here and give a condemnation of Hamas. I can explain why Hamas exists. I don't have to support what they did. I don't have to.
You can just look at the origins of Hamas. They're a breakoff of the Muslim Brotherhood. They're jihadists.
Justify or rationalize it.
Yes,
So
but silence in the face of rape
as a
method
person who
of
studies
war
history,
is complicity.
you can sit as a
Abby.
person who studies history. Emily, you're doing the exact same thing and you're projecting it on me. Okay, so do you condemn the actions of Israel for killing 13,000 children?
I don't accept that 13,000 children have been killed.
Yeah, I wouldn't accept those figures either. It's probably lower. The Palestinian Health Authority has been exaggerating the women and child deaths and undercounting male deaths.
That hasn't
Okay,
any,
see,
that
this
isn't
is
anything
the
that's
problem.
been verified.
This is the problem.
But it depends on the
paid
context
Israeli
of what's happening.
propagandist
Do I condemn
sitting
certain
up there
actions of
and
the state of
denying
Israel?
Palestinians
Absolutely.
their reality?
Do I think Israel is always
You're
right?
denying
Of course
Palestinians
not.
their
Do I
reality.
think
This is why
everything
Palestinians have to
Israel
show
has
their
done-
dead
over
kids
each
on
other,
camera.
please.
Do I think everything Israel has done, even in this war, is correct? No. There's no problem with saying that.
What has been wrong? What have they done?
I already said the same thing about
Abby.
Hamas.
Hang on,
Emily.
Abby.
I already said the
Hang
same
on,
thing
Abby.
about Hamas.
Emily, tell me what Israel's done that's wrong in your eyes.
I think that should have been a priority from the beginning in order to plan a safe evacuation route before they implemented a military plan. I think that everything has been done too late.
Okay, Abby, what would you say Hamas have done wrong?
Again, I'm not going to sit up here. I don't even know really what happened.
You can't
on
find
October
any.
I can't think of a single thing Hamas has done that's wrong. Right, murdering innocent civilians, raping women, kidnapping people. I'm not going to condemn that.
What is it to condemn rape?
You can't find anything to
everything,
say they
all
did that
of
was
the
wrong?
lies that have been perpetrated. Look, Hamas killing civilians. I'm sure atrocities were committed on both sides. On
Here we
October
go.
7th, I'm sure
atrocities were committed on both sides on October 7th. No, it was one side that did the mass killing and rapes. It wasn't the fucking Jews.
Atrocities were
killed.
committed.
I don't know.
What
I don't
atrocities
know
did
how
Israel
many
commit on
civilians
October
were
7th?
killed by Israel. Emily, I can't even hear myself talk because you just can't stop
All right,
talking.
let Abby speak.
There's so many lies that were put out by Israeli authorities that it's really hard to parse through. Look, I mean, we don't know how many civilians were killed in the crossfire by Israeli soldiers.
We do. It was probably like 3 or 4.
Hamas and the Gazans killed 33 Thai farmers and kidnapped another 23 other Thai farmers for months. They also killed a handful of Tanzanian students. I can't condemn this because Israeli grandparents wronged some people in the past.
Yeah, really. That's their argument. It's so retarded, bro. Thanks for the donation, fuck Gazans. Yeah, dude, this is misinformation that was spread by pro-Palestinian terrorists like this fucking cunt. So it was claimed initially that somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 400 Israeli citizens were killed by Apache helicopters. So once the Israeli authorities, discovered about the attacks, they called in Apache gunships. And it was claimed that somewhere between 200 to 400 Israeli civilians were killed by Israel themselves. That was later disproven. Geolocate did a really good review of this. They were able to prove that there was communication with Israeli pilots where they said they can't shoot because they can't determine who's a civilian, who's not, who's Israeli, who's not. So they plain and simple didn't shoot. There was some shooting along the border, and like literally, you could assume maybe like 3 or 4 Israelis were fucking killed by the IDF, but that's it. Like it was extremely small numbers. It's not in the hundreds like this idiot's claiming. Maybe like a handful of Israeli citizens were killed by the IDF on October 7th, but it's tiny amounts. You can look up the report by Geolocate. All that crap about gunship pilots firing Hellfire missiles at Israeli citizens, that was all proven to be false.
Enlisting the Hannibal Directive. So, look, the mass rape,
What
the
about
beheading,
Hannibal Directive hasn't been used for decades.
babies, the ripping the babies out of pregnant women's stomachs. I mean, all of these things are such egregious
Nobody claimed that, and they clearly killed infant children.
lies that I really
What
just
about the-
can't sit
okay,
up here
what-
and condemn
I mean,
things that I don't even know what happened
What
or not.
about the atrocities which Hamas recorded and filmed themselves and then posted to the world to brazenly boast about what they were doing? What about that?
Look, nothing that Hamas did on October 7th compares to what Israel has done in
No,
response.
I'm asking
and
you.
Yeah, because Israel, they're mass rapists, right? They've just, gone into Gaza for no reason, murdered 1,200 civilians, and then raped women.
Direct question about the
Oh my
fact that
God.
they
And
boasted about the mass murder.
Like, she literally will not condemn Hamas for anything. Anything. She won't even say, oh yeah, I disagree with the rapes. Oh yeah, I disagree with them killing like certain people, like maybe non-IDF members or some of the, some of the people who are there from like Thailand or some people from Africa. She won't condemn anything. She loves Hamas. You know what? She should go to fucking Palestine and be like some fucking brood sow for fucking Hamas. They love blonde women. Fucking Muslims just drool over blonde women. Go there. You can get a bunch of fucking dicks pumped in you. You can be a fucking terrorist baby making fucking factory for Hamas. Like, go do that.
you guys just make it all about October 7th. And that's what I'm saying. It all pales in comparison, Pierce.
But if you
to everything
can't
that
condemn
precipitated October
anything
7th and
Hamas has
everything
done.
that happened, I already said.
You
I
haven't
already
condemned
said
them.
killing civilians is wrong.
So what
Killing
they did,
civilians is wrong.
So what Hamas did on October 7th
So
was wrong.
what does that make what
hang
Israel
on,
has done?
Hang on, I'm trying to unpick your argument. So if it's wrong to kill civilians, were Hamas wrong to do what they did on October the 7th, given how many civilians were brutally murdered?
Are you doing the same thing to Emily? And if not,
Oh my God. he literally asked the same questions to Emily, and like she actually has the intellectual honesty to admit that yeah, there have been Israeli officials that have done things wrong. They're wrongfully fired. Obviously, innocent civilians have been killed. Like, at least she's intellectually honest enough to admit this. But then she won't condemn anything Hamas does.
Just asking, do you think it was wrong?
Why are you not sitting her?
Do you
and
think it
picking
was
apart,
wrong?
Is it wrong to kill 13,000
Why
children?
can't you answer a
Is it
simple
wrong
question?
to kill
Actually, he did ask
100?
this.
I already said it. I already said it.
Was
Piers.
it wrong?
I'm not going to sit here. You're basically
She never said it.
comparing Hamas.
This bitch
to
is
Israel.
such a liar.
And that's
Anything you
really
said just
unfortunate.
now,
Yes,
unless
you
I'm
are.
unless I'm mistaken, you just said to me that the killing of innocent civilians is wrong. I then asked you, fairly self-evidently, I think, the question that in that case, given that Hamas showed us on tape them killing civilians, innocent civilians, on October the 7th, do you accept that was wrong? Yes or no?
You saw the tape?
Yeah,
Piers?
they showed us.
You saw the tape of them killing innocent civilians?
Yes, they literally broadcast it to
It was on fucking GoPros. Like, what are you talking about?
the world. Yes, we all did.
And so do Israeli soldiers.
Fine,
in a
why can't
depraved
you
fashion.
forget
It's
Israel
like
for a
watching,
moment?
It's like watching.
Forget Israel for a moment.
It's like watching Nazis.
If it's wrong to kill
during World
innocent
War
civilians,
II
Abby,
on social media.
If it's wrong to kill innocent civilians, I'll ask you one more time. You haven't got to answer, up to you. But viewers are watching this and they know you haven't answered. You think it's wrong to kill innocent
I already
civilians?
answered. I think it's wrong to kill innocent civilians.
So what Hamas did was wrong.
She's not going to answer.
Well, let her answer if she wants to. Last time, I'm going to ask it. So.
I don't. I already told you I'm not going to sit here and condemn what Hamas did.
Right.
I understand why. I don't have to agree with what Hamas did. Right. To under.
Jesus Christ. This is the most dishonest, terrorist-loving fuck. And she ruined it for herself. Like, she was on a good roll there. Like, 13,000 children died. Think of the children. And then when she's asked, okay, do you, like, condemn Hamas killing children? No, that's okay for them to do.
That wasn't my question. I just asked you whether the mass murder perpetrated on October the 7th was wrong.
To understand why there's
Yeah, you better suck on this dick.
blowback for horrific policies of apartheid and ethnic cleansing. There's obviously inevitably
So
going to
October
be
the
blowback
7th
and
was
violence from those
blowback.
policies. Yes, absolutely, it was
Right,
blowback.
but was it wrong?
100%.
Was it wrong?
I'm not. Look, I don't know how much you
Oh
want
my
to just
God.
go around the mulberry bush like
I
this.
think it's a fairly straightforward
you can
question.
just-
I don't see how anyone can come on a
Is
show
what
like this.
Israel is doing
How
is
can
wrong.
you take
Can
part
you
in a
ask
debate like
Emily
this and
that? Is
say
what Israel
killing
is doing
innocent
to
civilians
kill
is wrong,
13,000
but I'm not going to
civilians?
tell you what Hamas did on October the 7th was wrong. It makes no sense, Abby. No sense.
I'm not going to sit here and condemn Hamas. I'm not
Okay.
going to do
It
the
made you- all right.
obligatory ritual.
I hear you.
Ritual that everyone is browbeaten into doing. I'm just not going to do it, Piers. I mean, what
honestly,
Israel
I
is
think,
doing right now is
I think
committing
your
genocide.
denial. I think your denial that what they did was a heinous act of terrorism is actually in its way as bad. I'm about to finish my sentence.
I said atrocities were committed.
Yeah.
And I think
they weren't wrong.
atrocities are wrong and killing innocent civilians are wrong.
So
Look,
Hamas were wrong
again,
to do it.
you're browbeating me into trying
No,
to
I'm
say
just asking
Hamas
for a
was
straightforward
wrong.
answer.
This was a horrific terrorist attack. I already answered you.
I think your
Piers.
failure to say
Right, so terrorism is only okay when fucking Hamas and Arabs do it, but when Jews do it, it's wrong. It just proves how much she hates Jews. This is all about hating Jews. When Muslims do it, oh yeah, it's fine. When Jews do it, oh, they're evil.
say that Hamas did something wrong is terrible. I think Emily's failure to accept that 12, 13,000 children have been killed is also terrible, right? I think that the denial going on both sides here, which I hear, is frankly appalling. It's
First of all, I'm
obvious.
not denying. I'm saying that we don't have the evidence yet of what the numbers are, and we
Well,
don't
how
know what
many
the
do you think
breakdown
it is then?
We don't know yet.
Well, we
but
do,
you also
because
have to remember the fact that
the
what Israel is
as
targeting.
I said to you, Emily, the Palestinian Health Authority numbers historically have turned out to be proven to be pretty
Palestinian
accurate.
Authority, the Ministry of Health has been instructed
That's-
explicitly
that's
by
not my
Hamas not
point.
to report combatants.
That's not my
The
point.
numbers are not
That's not
accurate
my
and they
point.
cannot be trusted.
As I've just said to you, historically, if you go and check historically, the Palestinian Health Authority, run by Hamas, their numbers have turned out to be broadly accurate. That is why they are being treated now as reasonably accurate numbers. There can be no doubt from the footage we've seen from the hospitals of endless children, from the bomb sites, endless children being killed, that there are thousands of children being killed. To try and deny that, to try and...
I'm not denying that children are being killed. I'm not denying that
you
there
don't
have been
believe the
many
numbers.
casualties.
And you're
I'm
trying to
saying
avoid...
we don't know the numbers yet.
Yeah, so it's fair to say it's probably in the thousands. But the 12,000 figure that's being put out by the Hamas Health Authority, it's probably off by quite a bit. Again, they're overcounting they're undercounting male adult deaths, and they're doing that purposefully so that they can deny that the IDF is killing any Hamas members.
And we cannot state definitively, especially if the source is Hamas, that 13,000 children have been killed.
You have actually no idea that 9,000 Hamas terrorists have been killed.
According to IDF intelligence, yeah.
Again, it is totally fair to trust IDF numbers over Hamas numbers. The type of checks and balances that are in a democratic system, you have a hierarchy within the military that answers to the government and parliament and everything. The likelihood that the numbers are accurate are much better than in Hamas's case, where they're just Islamic jihadists and they have it's just a dictatorship. So whoever's the ruling authority of Hamas will just say, oh yeah, make up these numbers and then put them out. That'll be good for our PR. Like, that's how it works in Hamas-controlled territory. In Israeli-controlled territory, like the military or whoever's involved in calculating these deaths, they have to actually provide evidence and give it to, some sort of like government council. They can't just make up fucking numbers like Hamas can.
Yeah, we do.
So you believe IDF intelligence, but you won't believe
A
the other
terrorist
side's numbers on
organization?
victims.
Absolutely. I would believe the IDF over a US and UK designated
Even if
terrorist
other,
organization
even if
that
other,
has been proven to lie about this.
Even if other independent agencies who corroborated the Palestinian Health Authority numbers.
They're not corroborating the numbers. They're just agreeing with them. That's all they're doing. There's no corroborating evidence that their numbers are accurate. They just use their numbers.
What independent agencies? The United Nations?
Yeah.
This is not independent, as has been proven by this war itself.
And other
members
aid
of UNRWA are
agencies.
actually active terrorists. Some of them took part in the October 7th massacre.
Right, so here's my problem with this
There's
debate.
no
But
evidence.
Here's my problem with the debate for both of you.
They found 4 members of UNRWA that were Hamas members, and they were fired.
There's a level of denial on both sides, which I think people in the middle who don't have a horse in the race, right, who are looking at this from afar, they're aghast at the level of self-denial. They cannot believe, Abby, that you're not prepared to say what Hamas did was wrong. And they cannot believe, Emily, that on your side, you simply won't accept the obvious
The
fact
numbers
that
of Hamas?
thousands and thousands of children are
I
being...
didn't say that.
You won't-
Thousands of people are dying, but
How
we
many-
do not know the numbers. And no, I'm not going to accept the numbers from Hamas.
Right, so you don't have to then be accountable for the deaths of so many children.
I
Because you
disagree.
simply
I
say,
think Israel
I
should
don't
be
know what the number
accountable.
is, therefore I can't
Israel-
pass comment.
I don't agree with that. I think Israel needs to exercise as much caution as possible.
Should they kill fewer children?
If possible, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Do you accept they've killed too many children?
How would you?
I don't think
No.
that. Yes, first of all, but I also
You do.
think.
Well, that's see, that's.
But I also think
okay,
it's
look,
important to note
we are
that
getting
many
somewhere.
of these casualties
We're getting somewhere.
are a result of
That
being
is
used as human shields.
Actually, what you just said is an important admission.
Okay, hold on. Can we
hang
talk
on,
about the
Abby.
human
I'm going to come
shield
to
thing
you.
really quickly?
But that's an
Yeah.
important admission, actually, by Emily, that she thinks Israel has killed too many children. I think that is a healthy moment
Well, I don't
in
think
this
any
debate.
children should be killed.
Fine. You just said you think they're killing too many children. Don't
One is
back-
too many.
I wouldn't agree with the idea that any children should be killed. Again, so many of these kids are brainwashed by Hamas and they think like Jews should die. I don't care if these kids die.
Fine, but it's not laughable, is it?
It's terrible.
Right. So I just think that until you can admit on both sides what's actually going on that we can all see with our own eyes, I think you don't get anywhere with this debate. Let me ask you this. We talk about genocide and we talk about how this all plays out at the end. How does this end, Abby? I mean, how do you actually get peace when we can't even have a debate without people screaming at each other. But we now know that a lot of Gaza has been leveled. I don't know if they can go back and live there, Gazans. I don't know how many more are going to get killed if Israel attacks the Rafah refugee camp in his efforts to finish off Hamas. I don't know these answers. What I do know is I find it very, very implausible that at the end of this, it simply all gets sorted out quite quickly and the Gazans go back to their destroyed homes, it all gets rebuilt, and they'll live happily ever after. So how does it end?
Right. I mean, well, no construction material has been allowed in for quite some time, so there is no rebuilding effort that's possible, especially when you've decimated the entire strip, demolished.
Why do you think construction materials aren't allowed in? It's because Hamas uses it to make rockets, stupid.
Every aspect of civilian life, surgically striking doctors alongside their entire families, killing over 100 journalists, many in targeted assassinations alongside their entire families. I mean, really the best and brightest in Palestinian society in Gaza has been destroyed. IDF soldiers posting on TikTok that they're just blowing up mosques because they're bored, looting and pillaging women's lingerie.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it really is depraved levels of sadism going on here. How does it end? A negotiated settlement immediately. I think that what Hamas is offering is not beyond the pale. It would be easy for...
I'm sorry, a peace negotiation with a genocidal jihadist regime. Yeah, how well did that work out for the US and the Taliban?
For Israel to comply with the demands. If we look at the 5-day truce that happened several months back, the Palestinian hostages that Israel's been keeping, they're not called hostages, but they should be because they're just political...
They're not hostages. They're not at risk of being fucking executed.
Prisoners that are languishing in military detention. The vast majority of those political prisoners were not charged with anything. 30 of them were...
That's not true.
...kids for throwing stones.
Yeah, so some of these kids had fucking bombs and knives, and they're trying to kill people.
So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. When Hamas says release our hostages, that's who they're talking about. When they say
they're not hostages, you idiot. They're not like at risk of being executed.
The removal of Israeli troops from Gaza, I don't see how that couldn't be complied with. I mean, look, there should be a negotiated settlement. If you want the hostages back today, that could happen. And that's why there's thousands of Israelis protesting in the street.
Well, Hamas have just rejected.
Well, that's total bullshit. There's no way to get all the hostages back because even Hamas says they've transferred some of the hostages over to other jihadist terrorist organizations in the area, so they don't even have track of all the hostages. So that's a total lie.
The latest peace deal offering.
Well, okay, is it a permanent ceasefire? Because if you're just talking about a 6-week ceasefire before, well then, yeah. I mean, Israel's saying they're just going to continue the genocide after 6 weeks.
Guess what? Fucking Hamas said they're going to continue the genocide indefinitely. So how can you condemn Israel for wanting to have national security, but then not condemn Hamas for fucking saying they're going to indefinitely perpetuate a genocide until they win?
How is that?
Do you think? Let me ask you this before I go back to Emily. Let me ask you this, Abby. Do you think Hamas should stay in power at the end of this?
Look, I'm whatever the Palestinians want. That's
what do you
think?
What? Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't think it could get any worse, and it just got worse. She thinks if the Palestinians want Hamas in power, Hamas should stay in power. Holy fuck. Imagine if we fucking after World War II allowed Germans to take a vote and ask if they wanted Nazis to stay in power. Oh my god.
They will do. I mean, I think look,
Holy
I'm not gonna speak on behalf of the Palestinians of who their leadership should be. What I will say
oh
is
my
Hamas
God.
is actually the most popular faction in Palestinian society. And Hamas is only the result of Israeli policy of brutal apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and occupation.
They're not the result of Israeli policy. They've only been around since 2008 or something.
And that's why Hamas exists. Any type of Palestinian leadership that has arisen is a direct result of Israeli brutality. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of Palestinians and say what should or should not happen or who they should and should not elect. But
who started the war in the first place? The Israeli War of Independence wasn't started by Israel. It was started by Palestinians. So, Like, it's just hilarious how she says this when every single conflict has been initiated by Palestine.
I will say that Hamas is a democratically elected leadership of the Gaza Strip. I understand.
Oh yeah, they're democratically elected. That's why they haven't called an election since they first took power.
That there will be
let me ask you one more
and
question.
that inevitably
should
violence
Netanyahu
will
remain?
happen
Should
if these
Netanyahu
policies maintain in place.
Should Netanyahu remain in power in Israel after this?
No.
Oh, hang on.
I think that the Israeli people have spoken about Netanyahu, but I think that Netanyahu is the tip of the iceberg. To blame this all on Netanyahu and his so-called right-wing government is to wash
should he
away
stay in power?
the foundation of what Israel is.
Should he stay in power after this?
No, he's committing genocide. No,
So you're.
She is such an anti-Semite. Oh my god, I've never seen anybody so racist on Piers Morgan. She's worse than the fucking NHS doctor who is part of a terrorist organization. Dude, how in the fuck is she gonna say, oh yeah, I'm fine with Hamas staying in power, and then say, oh no, Netanyahu should be outed? Like, wow, she is such an anti-Semite.
Prepared to say to the Israeli people, no,
here's
your
the thing.
leader should go.
Here's the thing.
But you're
The
not
Israeli
prepared to
people,
tell
the
Palestinian
Israeli people are out.
that their
The
leadership should go.
But
You
here's
see
the thing.
Again,
Piers,
the inconsistency.
The Israeli people are out in the streets in the tens of thousands saying Netanyahu should go. It's
there
not
are many
because he's committing
Palestinians who
genocide.
want
They say that
Hamas
he's
to go
corrupt.
too, I'm sure. The
That
point
he's
is,
corrupt.
you
There
made
are
a
many Palestinians
you
who
made a
want
big
Hamas to
deal
go.
of
Well,
saying
then
it
have
would-
an election.
I don't know why. I don't know why Piers Morgan doesn't just outright call her a fucking anti-Semite. She is such a fucking Jew hater.
You made a big deal of
Then
saying
have an
it-
election.
You made a big deal of saying it's not down to me to tell Palestinian people about their leadership, and then you immediately I give you the open door on Netanyahu. Yep, absolutely, he should go. Totally inconsistent.
Well, he
No,
should be tried at the Hague and put in the Hague.
That's a different question.
I mean, he's committing
different
genocide.
question. But you
He's
say you
committing
can't interfere in
genocide.
Palestinian politics, but you're very prepared to interfere in Israeli politics. Let me ask you, Emily.
Well, because he's committing genocide.
Okay.
He's
That-
committing.
But again, Hamas is not committing genocide, even though it's literally in their charter. They have genocidal intentions.
Genocide, and he should be tried and thrown in a prison.
Oh my
It's a matter
god,
of
dude.
international courts. Emily,
And
let me
that's
ask-
what international courts
Okay.
are. Right. That's what international
Actually,
courts are going
none
to
of them have actually spelled out crystal clearly it is genocide. It is moving that way, I have to say. Emily, let me ask you the same question. How does this end?
I mean, I think that Israel, as well as Palestinian leadership, needs.
This is the most insane
The
debate.
bitch on the right looks like the fucking Joker. There's some uncanny valley shit going on with her face.
She's a little weird, but this chick is fucking crazy. She is absolutely unhinged, dude. She is a massive, massive anti-Semite and just loves slurping on fucking Islamic terrorist cock. I've never seen anybody so sympathetic to terrorists and hate Jews so much. Like, is she Muslim? Is she one of those, like, fucking crazy chicks who, like, travels to fucking Syria to get wed by some, like, jihadist terrorist? Like, it's insane. Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
To work together with other partners, especially in the Arab world, to help rebuild Gaza. Israel isn't interested in occupying Gaza in any sort of permanent way. That is not something we want. We withdrew from that territory. We do not want it. And I would like to see Palestinians be able to return to their homes safely and elect some form of government or leadership that is able to actually implement one day in the future some sort of peace process. And I think that involves working together with community leaders who are on the ground that are not affiliated with Hamas. Now,
Did you accept that anything going forward, which looks like a peace deal, would be a two-state solution, and that Palestine, in that respect, would be an identifiable state confirmed by Israel, and that they would no longer be dependent on Israel for the flow of food and water and fuel and all the other things which Israel has had some control over now for decades?
in the long term, of course, yeah. I do think
do.
that there needs to be some sort
Again,
of
that's an important-
solution.
important
The
concession.
problem that we're facing today.
That's not a concession. Israelis want a two-state solution. It's Palestinians that don't want a two-state solution.
don't.
I believe is actually the radicalization element within Palestinian society, because Palestinian leaders don't have a mandate to lead, not Hamas and not Mahmoud Abbas. And we don't have a leadership that's able to implement any kind of peace deal in any borders. And when we have
I don't think Netanyahu's had any interest in a peace deal either. I think he's been quite happy watching Hamas and the Palestinian Authority at each other's throats since the early 2000s. I don't think he's ever shown any real desire to find peace. That's why I think.
I'm not a Netanyahu spokesperson.
I personally think both Israel and the Palestinians, they both need new leadership that actually wants to forge genuine peace in a two-state solution, which offers security and safety to both sides. And maybe it will take time, but you know what? I remember in Northern Ireland, people saying it was equally intractable, and they eventually got there. You just need new leadership that knows what it's doing, who can actually believe in the concept of peace. We've got to leave it there. Abby Martin, Emily Schrader, thank you for a spirited debate. I appreciate it very much indeed.
This bitch is crazy. She should be locked up. Like, seriously, she should be in prison for hate speech. That chick is unfucking hinged.
2 of surviving fresh and fit. I wanted to get to the bottom of this fiasco. If you haven't seen part 1, be sure to go check that out just for more context. But I decided that I would interview the woman in question at the heart of this whole thing. She provided me a bunch of screenshots, screen recordings, and a bunch of different things. And I think it answered a lot of the questions that would seem to be unanswered before. Things like whether or not she's a sex worker. She isn't. What was the timeline of events?
I hate boomers.
Let me see.
The years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say.
Dude, that is unfathomable. Like, holy fuck, bro. They need to institute some sort of law with rent control where there has to be like something to prevent rent from going that much high, like so much higher above household income. That is crazy. So national median rent prices have climbed to about 1.5 times, or more than 1.5 times, since 1985. And then household income has only increased by like 30%. Like, that's why? There's no reason. It's just crazy. That is so stupid. Yeah, bro. And then boomers tell you, oh, you're fucking lazy. That's why you can't fucking pay rent. Fuck you. They're literally paying $8 for rent. And then they're like fucking screaming at us when we have to pay like $2,000 for rent. Thanks for the donation, Jew Engineering.
Did Walter know that she was not on birth control? Was he aware that she was trying to have a child? And did they have discussions about it? Was he trying to be serious with her? What proof does she have that? All these things are going to get answered over the course of this interview. But first thing that I have to correct from the previous thing is that she's never been a sex worker. Turns out she won some kind of beauty pageant, and people just started uploading her photos to some escorting sites, but it was just scam sites. Now, whether or not you want to believe that is up to everyone at home. But to date, there's no actual proof that she does any of that kind of work. On a live stream today, he said that you were never his girl.
He said that?
I made a statement on my vlog and on the show multiple times. And I said, this is a matter of fact, guys, look it up if you want to. I said, if a girl's on camera with me, she is what? Not my girl. Just keep that in mind. If I bring a girl on camera, she's not my girl. You never see my girl because I know what happens when you break on the
He is lying.
internet. I'll learn from experience. That's all I'm gonna say.
Listen, dude, he is lying.
This was a great trip. Happy to see my lovely Asian queen again. But you know, as time passes, we must say farewells for a short period of time until she comes back. So can't wait to see her back here in Miami. I love her. No, I don't. Love you, babe.
Love you. He said, I love you, babe. So he's out here saying he don't claim her. He never claimed her. That's not his girl. But in private, he's saying, I love you. He's saying, you my girlfriend. He moved her in. And on top of that, he publicly on video saying he loves her. Does that sound like somebody who's being treated like a jump off?
He lying.
I'm just saying. Everyone telling she's baby trapping him. All this other stuff. Is she baby trapping him or is he just trapping her? I'm asking the questions. Because the only deception I've seen so far is from him towards her. The only trap I've seen so far is him basically love bombing the shit out of her so he can fuck her as much as he wants. Then when he's done, he just get rid of her.
Well, he's just making him like make him look like idiot right now because clearly, like he made that on public and on the conversation you saw it. He calls me girlfriend, right? Yeah. Are you gonna take someone to see your entire family if she's not your girlfriend? Travel to your home country? That's not reasonable. You can like casually meeting your mother, that's fine. The first time I met his mother, I was like, okay, if you decide to do that, I don't mind.
Why did you accept being in a non-monogamous relationship with Resh?
Yeah, you know why? Because we were in a long-distance relationship. Because whether I agree or not, he's going to do that. And we weren't stable because we just got to know each other and, you know. So I was thinking just to be there and move there, for, like to be with him, maybe like it would be different. You know, but I don't want to, like, it comes to a conclusion in the beginning, like, oh, I'm going to stop this guy from doing everything just because he met me. Because in the early stage of the relationship, I don't want to.
Then I ask her, well, why do you not want to be intense about monogamy, but you are rushing to have a kid? I asked some tough questions.
That's a good question.
I'm not softballing it.
No, I ain't mad at you.
No.
I'm
She's like, I'm about like, I don't want to be too intense and like rush like monogamy, so I'm accepting this. But like,
you're rushing for
but you want to have a baby with him.
Yeah, I understand because I just felt like
Here comes the lies. She's lying. She's baby trapping him.
feel like I'm not that type of girl that I have to be with someone for years to get married. Or if I like someone, I can have a kid with him for like a week.
She literally fucking said she is considering not keeping the kid and that she doesn't want him to be a part of the kid's life or anything and doesn't want anything to do with him. So like, why is she keeping his kid? Like this bull. And then she got a lawyer. She shared all these text messages. She was talking about how he owes her money and shit. Like she is baby trapping him.
It's not, it doesn't matter. It's the time doesn't matter. I was with someone for 9 months. He really wanted to marry me. He's American. And I didn't want that. I ended that. When I met Walter, I just felt like, wow, there's so much chemistry.
What? I mean,
bruh, this just doesn't make sense. Like, this guy looks like a pug. Apparently, he has a small pee-pee. Dumb as shit. Only thing he has going for him is money. She is after that bag.
Tate, I agree.
I'm just trying to
talk to me.
No, I'm not the type of girl that can. I'm not the type of girl that's gonna have to. That can. That
I don't even understand. Like, that explanation made no fucking sense.
Before I marry someone. Huh? What type of girl is that?
I mean, there's plenty of people who meet their husbands for the first time through arranged marriages or whatever.
Yeah, weird.
But I don't disagree. I'm just saying that's not that abnormal in different parts of the world.
It still doesn't answer the question. It doesn't answer the question of why you want to rush this baby.
Dude, like, this chick is from China. this is not normal to go to like some other country, meet some dude, and then have a baby with them. Like this is weird. This is baby trapping.
But you don't want to rush the monogamous relationship. It doesn't answer anything.
Yeah,
it doesn't. As a matter of fact, it made it weirder. So I'm still questioning.
You know, I wonder how this kid is gonna turn out looking, because Walter's pretty ugly. That chick is really pretty. I wonder if the kid's gonna be like more ugly or more pretty. Like whose genes are gonna be more dominant. That's gonna be interesting.
Like, it doesn't absolve it doesn't absolve or take out of the equation the baby trapping thing situation because of that answer. That answer was so.
But that's not baby trapping. That's just what she's saying is there's some people out here who are just very like feels oriented, meaning, oh, I loved her. Well, how do you know? It's been a week. I just feel it. Like some people are just like that. You know what I'm saying? They're very intuitive. Everything is just.
You know what we call them?
What?
Stupid. Carry on. That's not very smart. That's not.
I agree. It's not smart.
It's like.
Having kids with somebody you met a week ago. Maybe. What if he claimed he never wanted a baby? Would that be true?
She didn't want. Okay, if he say so, if he really didn't want a baby, after so many times I asked him in person, do not come in me. He does that every fucking day. Like, he can just pull out.
Okay, look, this.
I sucked a dick.
Well, congratulations, Sager. Hope it was a tasty dick. Thanks for the donation. This makes no sense, okay? So she's saying he never explicitly stated that he wanted or didn't want to have a kid. Never explicitly stated. She was telling him, like, you're going to get me pregnant if you don't pull out or use a condom or something. But you were letting this dude jizz inside of you, so were you trying to get pregnant? Like, she clearly understands how babies happen. So, like, this is odd. She's saying a guy she barely knows, like, only knew for a few weeks, allowing him to come inside her while she's not on any contraception. And then, so she was trying to have a kid with him? Like, again, this sounds like baby trapping. Like, Walter's being stupid, like, insanely stupid and irresponsible. I'm not saying he's not also guilty here, but she knows how dumb this guy is. Clearly. She's clearly smarter than Walter. So she was obviously, like, to me, it's obvious. She was thinking, okay, this guy is fucking stupid, and I'm going to have him jizz inside of me as much as possible so that I can get pregnant and get money from him.
Easy as that. Because he was always like, oh, I'm doing this with my girlfriend. So really serious conversation, like planning a future and ask me what I want to do. Oh, I want to plan a future with you. Why don't we get a house instead of renting another apartment? That doesn't make sense, wasting money, blah, blah, blah. And he said, what if you get pregnant? Isn't that better for a bigger house?
Is that baby trapping?
They're going to end up together.
Is that baby trapping? I'm asking. Is that baby trapping? You out here talking about let's get a house together because what if you get pregnant? Is that baby trapping, my buck? I'm just asking. Just asking the question.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, like, this is what it sounds like to me. It sounds like she found one of the dumbest motherfuckers who just happens to be rich. She just got lucky. She found like a fucking dumbass who's rich. And then she's well aware of what's going to happen. This guy is just stupid and doesn't understand. And then she took advantage of the situation. It's like, okay, well, if this dumbass is going to come in me, I guess I'm going to get some child support payments.
Guys, I understand what you're saying when you're saying it's not, but some of these answers,
I think they're irresponsible, but that doesn't mean baby trapping.
No,
those are separate things.
Exactly.
Not pregnant, no baby. She tells that to Walter. He says, "Oh, you did a pregnancy test? She says, yeah, my period just came and 5 days ahead. So you play a good game. Oh, okay, what game? This game on bed. I'm confused. Don't worry, we all are. I don't think anybody understood what she meant. And she goes, just kidding. I meant you are safe. Just letting you know. Next time you won't be so lucky. What's that saying?
Okay. Let me see. Oh, I wasn't worried. I didn't want to pull out anyway, but what the fuck is going on here?
Time you won't be so lucky. What's that saying?
I'm not having a baby.
I'm having your baby.
Yeah.
Next time you're not going to be so lucky. And what does he write? Oh, I wasn't worried. I didn't want to pull out anyway. But that's good that you got your period. So you're being a... She's not too happy about it.
What the fuck, bro? Dude, Walter is stupid. I have never seen anybody so stupid. This guy doesn't want to have a kid, dodges a bullet, she got her period, and then he keeps coming inside of her. Without a condom, without any kind of contraception, like... okay, like... This is changing things for me because, like, if you're this stupid, like, yeah, pay child support. You're a fucking idiot.
I didn't reject you because I don't mind being pregnant with your baby. She's being direct.
Yeah.
She's telling him, and all he says is, no, I'm saying I like you a lot, and once you're happy, I'm happy. So can you understand why she's confused? He refusing to pull out, busting inside them sugar walls. And now all of a sudden he's been trapped? He don't want to be a dad? You have decided that you were not going to pull out of her vagina. So you're not going to pull out of father.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I changed my opinion. He wasn't baby trapped. He's just fucking stupid. He's just so fucking stupid. This ain't baby trapping. All right. I was wrong.
You're the baby.
You are not going to pull out of fatherhood.
You're going to take care of the baby.
He has no choice. He's going to pay. If I say... Bro, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Yo, I missed last time, but this time I'm gonna punch you in your face. And then I punch you in your face.
No, wait. What
is that? Hold up. Is that a sucker punch?
No, it's not a sucker punch. Especially if you tell me you're gonna punch me in my face, and I tell you whatever makes you happy. And I look at you like, whatever makes, if you're happy, I'm happy.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I was totally wrong. Walter's a fucking idiot.
Bro.
Dude, what is, like, you know, I've dealt with really stupid people before, and, like, after these interactions, I'm like, what the fuck could they have possibly been thinking? I just, how does a dumb person's brain work? He didn't want a baby. She tells him, like, okay, I didn't get pregnant this time, but you're not going to keep getting lucky. And then he's like, oh, well, you know, whatever. I'll just keep coming inside you anyway. Like, but he didn't want the child. So, like, did he think, like, black people can't impregnate Asians or something? I'm just so confused what could possibly have been going on in Walter's mind. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I get dicked in the mouth, that's not a sucker punch.
Boys, you were not sucker punched. Take some accountability. Hold that out. Did you always tell him that you would not get an abortion?
Oh, I always told him. He knows I'm not getting any abortion. And plus, he didn't care at all. He was like, he was kind of like just admitted that if he's gonna make me pregnant, he's just gonna like raise a baby with me. And he didn't like say that, but all this his action proves that.
Doesn't mind isn't the same as saying he really wants to have a child. Why don't you get verbal confirmation if he really wanted a child with you?
No, because I was pretty sure that he was so serious about me. But then, okay, but at least he's not stupid that if he does this to me, I'm gonna get pregnant.
You know, I'm still not so sure about this because, like, again, she comes from China. It is the most pro-abortion culture on the fucking planet. I can't think of anywhere else where like 100% of the people are totally cool with abortion. So I don't buy the idea that she made it clear to him that she would not get an abortion, and I'm pretty sure I've seen her state somewhere that she wasn't sure if she'd keep the kid. So I think that might be a lie.
I think it's just misunderstood. Maybe he was just being irresponsible. But for me, he's serious. Yeah, yeah, because I've never met someone like that. Nobody would treat me like that. Like, this is so evil. I've never met anyone like that. I'm not acting like a naive girl right here. Like, I traveled a lot of places, but nothing like this.
See, that didn't make much sense to me because in my head I'm like, so you want to be serious with somebody and you want to have a child with them, but you're not getting them to verbally say they also really want to have a child with. Shouldn't that be something y'all establish properly?
And how long they been together?
4 or 5 months. Amy busting inside her sugar walls every day, never pulling out. Can you show paperwork for pregnancy tests and ultrasound? A lot of people are saying that stuff is photoshopped or whatever, or it's just like, so I just wanted to at least see if she had actual real paperwork.
Yeah, I have no problem sharing that. I actually posted okay, so let me explain about the ultrasound. The doctor told me it's still early, 4 weeks. So she can't see everything, but she can still see a little bit, like a small quarter of it. But it's just like it's too early, you know, it's 4 weeks.
How did you know Pug CEO was the man to bust inside your sugar walls?
I have no idea. I just feel like maybe everything happens. It was meant to be, you know, to meet him even. Out of all the people in Miami, every day I go out, I get so many approach every day, wherever. The night we met at the party, and there were other guys. They were like another guy. He's really, really into me. So Fresh was there as well.
Richard, stop being a bitch and hop on gear. People that care about their health are faggots and pussies. Live large, die large, leave a giant coffin.
I will consider it. Thanks for the donation-based steroid user.
And I just don't know, like somehow he just got me curious. Everybody, like out of everybody, like when they see me interesting, they would come talk to me or making some nonsense. But this guy, he was just like staring at me, not saying anything, like full of questioning on his face. That just caused my curiosity. Because usually, you know, I get a lot of approach, so it's not interesting for me. So I was like, okay, who's this guy? And then, okay, finally he said hi to me. He's like, where are you from? And I said, guess, if you're right, I will drink. If you're wrong, then you drink. So he was like, okay, this is interesting. And then he DM'd me. And then we went out. He's romantic. He's good at planning dates. And he's kind of dominate. He was just good at everything, you know. He was saying things to me that made me feel it's real, you know. He was genuine, and he made me feel special. Maybe no matter what other people were saying, like what he did to other girls, or even I found out later though, not when I just started.
You know, what did you think hearing this?
What did I think about what?
About what you heard right now?
I'm not sure.
Because there's a whole narrative that this girl was trying to baby trap him, or she wasn't really into him. She's there for the money or whatever it is. But when I hear her speak, you can notice in her face, you see how she smiles when she thinks about him and all that stuff. Like, I was actually surprised by this part because everyone's asking the same question. You know what people asking? Yo, why'd you get with Fresh? Yeah, you seen him, but you look at her, that's the face of somebody who's actually into a man.
But she was impressed. So she was like,
yeah,
you got game.
Yeah. So that's just one thing that I want to establish. Okay, why are you exposing him publicly?
Why? Because obviously now I hate him. I hate him for not being a man, stand up for his child, and not taking the responsibilities after. He doesn't have to love me, or he can break up with me. That's fine. For me, it's okay. It's some guy I seen for 4 months. I was like gonna get over with it, but I'm pregnant. This is serious for me.
This is just a bit of
This, like, again, barely knows the guy, doesn't like him anymore. She's only been pregnant for like 3 to 4 weeks. Like, what is her reasoning for keeping this kid outside of just getting money from him?
sidewall, but Fresh and Fit fan accused Fresh of buying you a bracelet for 30 grand. On a podcast, he said he never paid a dime. Nobody has a receipt. Is this true?
The Chinese escort, because I'm about to get Fresh on this one too. So Fresh, you gave an extremely expensive Von Cleef bracelet, which are worth up to 30K, to a Chinese escort you just met. Now, Fresh, you claim that you didn't give her the gift. That's what you claim.
Show me the proof.
But the escort says that you did.
Look at her page in detail. What does she have under? Multiple gifts? From herself, by the way, or from her ex. Whatever she does for her money, bro, is up to her. So to put that on me, just because you want to say, oh, Fresh is a simp, wrong.
So you didn't buy it?
Fresh, so can you
No.
You're just trying to say that he bought the bracelet. He didn't buy the bracelet.
And
No, it's not true. He paid half and I paid half. Like I said, how much? Around 30K. Well, first I still have the conversation. I told him, what's the issue if you tell everyone you bought me the bracelet? Like, why can't you tell everyone? Why can't you speak the truth? Like, why are you like pretending it, like hiding it? But then he was like, don't say it. He just told me to shut up.
Can I live in your basement? I got into a fight with my roommates. No, sorry, you can't do that.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal. It's a big deal to them.
Yes.
It's a big deal to the fans, and it's a big deal to them because it really makes you look like I see them.
Yep.
I wouldn't give a shit. You give things to people. You give things to people that you appreciate.
15 grand?
Wait a minute.
Some of you just met? But these guys always want to claim they don't pay for nothing. They don't do none of this stuff.
And he
they
paid
don't,
half.
They don't use their money to get. But you realize they all do it. They all doing it. They're paying for random girls' apartments. They're all doing this kind of stuff. So why is he lying? Not because it's a big deal, but it's like Preach said, it's a big deal to the fans. And now you have to double down, triple down on the lie. And it's almost insulting because your fans are being like, yo, are you living up to your principle? And you're like, yes, I am. You guys are lying and saying I'm not. When you just ask the girl, it's like, oh no, he's lying about it. So the only reason I brought this up is because Fresh can't be trusted about what he says on this topic because he's already proven time and time again he's going to lie to protect his reputation. Do you think that all this is good for your future baby?
That's another good fucking question.
Yeah.
It's not. That's why in the beginning, it's not good for the baby, actually. That's why I just want to tell the truth, because when I first test positive, and I was just kind of shocked because I just want to see where his head's at, and then I try to like talk to him, I called him, I text him, he acts like nothing happened, like not my business, like woman, not my business, deal with it. We're not together, like don't call me, don't text me, things like that. That was his behavior. I have a 37 minutes conversation between me and him. What if you think we don't keep the baby because we're not together anymore, things happen, and I'm gonna take care of you, I'm gonna take you to the hospital. That would be fine, I would be okay. But he did completely the other way around. That just made me so sad. That just made me so sad. How can you you said you love me like literally 2 weeks ago and wanted to claim a future with me, and now you're acting like this with me.
When did you tell him you're pregnant?
On the 30th. Yeah, I called him immediately. When I exposed him, when I start to decide to expose him.
Right there, I'd asked her, when did you call the lawyer? So so essentially what happened was she called him on the 30th of March, being like, hey.
I jacked off pretty hard and I feel a sharp pain. Maybe I busted a blood vessel. I did this while I sucked dick. Does this go away?
Yeah, it's probably just some, a little bit of inflammation from jerking off too hard. It'll go away in probably a day or two. Thanks for the donation, Sager.
Wait, 30th of March? Am I thinking of the right date? What
Yes, you can fart Death of Rabbit.
Or April.
Or April? Okay, oh, sorry. So we told her on 30th of March, telling her she's pregnant. And I think on April 4th, that's when she started exposing him. So
Yeah,
on
'cause
April
he
4th.
denied and everything and stuff.
Yeah, because when she contacted him, he's just like, bro, I don't know you. Get the fuck away from me. Like, no, that's your problem. Go deal with it. And so she's like, yo, you got me pregnant. You just gonna disappear on me? So when she exposed her, she's like, I'm calling a lawyer. I'm going to figure this whole shit out. And so that's the timeline of how things went down. It's 2 + 2 4.
2 + 2 is 4. Yeah. That's mathematic.
No. And then I asked her who decided that.
Who decided that? That's just logic. That's just the math. Without this, the world doesn't function. You can't count on anything. Everybody knows that. Idiot.
Oh god.
And I needed to know the answer.
You're not good.
Okay.
That's good.
He's probably undereducated. He doesn't have anything else to say on the podcast.
But you let this dummy bust inside you. Wow. I mean, you can't talk shit about it.
God damn.
He was coating your sugar walls. I'm just saying. You know?
God damn, Abba.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that before because I just thought he's funny.
Then you're gonna end up with a dumb baby.
Any regrets about how this whole thing has unfolded so far?
Yeah. First, for being so dumb, letting him come inside on me without marriage. And I don't regret exposing. I don't. Yeah. Who's Abba? Who's Abba?
I asked her if she's gonna have a boy. Does she know what she's gonna name him?
Oh my god. I don't know.
Dude,
don't ask me this question because
that'd be funny.
I haven't decided yet.
What about the name Abba?
Well, I got so many DMs already that they want to step in and they want to be the stepfather.
Whoa. Whoa.
Niggas is stepping in trying to be the stepdaddy.
Dude, people want to be the stepfather. Holy fuck.
Step in the name of love.
I will say this.
Step in the name of love.
If you end up having legal troubles and they sue you and whatever, if you name that kid after me, I'll pay for all your legal troubles. That's a promise. So if you need help financing a lawyer to fight off Fresh and Fit, man, you mean? If Walter Jr. over there got the name Abba, I'll pay all them bills. I'll sleep. Hey, listen.
That's so funny.
As far as I'm concerned, I think you deserve every dime.
What's her name? We don't know her last name.
Daisy. That's what we all call her. Okay.
Imagine she names him Abba Preach Daisy.
I'm paying them legal fees. I will double the video output on this channel to pay for little Abba Preach Daisy to get all that child support. Every dime. If that nigga's gonna have Walter's genetics, she deserves child support. He gonna need every financial advantage to be able to make it in life, and he gonna have Pug CEO's genetics.
I'm with it.
Okay? That's a promise, Daisy. Just drop our names. Even if it's just middle names, I'll take that. I just want my legacy to live on it. Yo, don't lie. That's gangster.
I said something.
I'll pay every dime.
I said something.
Oh, to be clear, guys, I'm not joking. I will pay for the lawyer if that baby has my name in it.
You don't even know how much a lawyer fees can be.
Bro, do you see how I live my life? You don't think I got money to spend? This will be one of the greatest hobbies I will ever undertake.
I was looking straight at the camera and I didn't flinch.
You better not. And I'll say this too. I'm going to also encourage her to make sure she shares custody. So that every time little Abba Preach Daisy go up to Walter, she goes, Papa, hey, my baby. Dada.
Oh. That's crazy.
Hey, listen, you know what they say, right? Revenge is a dish best served with some child support.
You're going to have it. That's crazy.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, I'll stop. Couple things. So they'd had discussions in private. Text messages are right here. where okay, so a couple weeks back, she taken a pregnancy test. This is like maybe a month and a half ago, and she goes, "Hey, listen, guys. At the end of the day, this is what I think." And this goes to all the guys who are watching at home. All right. If you guys want to do this thing where you go in and raw, because I know a lot of you guys like doing it, have conversations about whether or not she's on birth control. And if she's not, you guys got to have a different conversation at that point. You got to talk about, like, this is not a situation where they talked about it and she's like, oh, I would definitely get an abortion. And then she changed her mind after the fact. She's telling him what she's going to do. She tells him what she wants to do. And he went along with the ride knowing full well what it was. How is that a trap? Stop saying this.
I can't even jack off because I strained my shit. This really sucks, man. Guess I'll just do a Frank Tufano and shove some shit up my ass for a little bit. Maybe I can come on myself like that.
Yeah, I mean, you could always try stimulating your prostate. Good luck with that, Sager. Appreciate the donation, dude. Could we get a donation goal to get a fight to meet at Upgrade at Utah to set up a fight? What's the donation goal for? Get a fight to meet at Upgrade. What the fuck's Upgrade?
Shit. I'm fine with calling. There's some women who definitely do that. That's not one of these situations, okay? So it's okay. His podcast is all about holding women accountable. He can hold this L and he can hold that accountability as well. He needs to be accountable for what he said and what he's done. That's his L. She didn't do nothing wrong. Well, let me rephrase. That's not true. She wasn't the one that's mostly at wrong for this because it seems like she's clearly communicating. He's not. That's what it is.
That's fair.
Yeah, and he's the one said, "Oh, she's not my girl." In conversations, "Oh, you're my girlfriend. I love you." Nigga, what is going? That you're not consistent. And you guys know damn well, everyone in the RP space would be like, if this was a woman, they'd be like, bro, look at women, so emotional, never consistent, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck is this guy doing? And you know what? The fans are noticing because they up in the comments, they're letting them know about the recent live stream. They're not happy with it. And actually, did you see the recent live stream they did with the lawyer?
No spine. And that's the reason why a lot of you motherfuckers are fat, triple chin, neck bearded, pieces of dorks with no money and no one respects you because you motherfuckers don't stand for nothing. If I stand with Fresh, I die with Fresh. It is what it is, okay? It is what it is, you motherfuckers. Oh shit, it's getting shaky. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave. I got 20 real estate properties, so I can tell motherfuckers, you, my net worth is over $6 million. I get money residually. I don't need to do this, and I don't need to sell my soul. I stand with my friends, period. All right? Some of you motherfuckers need to get a spawn, you jellyfish, SpongeBob, in a pineapple house, pieces of shit. It pisses me off how soft all you motherfuckers are, bro. It's ridiculous. You motherfuckers haven't stepped in the gym in 3 weeks trying to tell me how to be loyal to my friends. I'm not going anywhere. All right? I'm tired of you. Leave Fresh. He's only a dude. He's only a dude. Well, you. All right? I don't need to make a fucking cent off this podcast. I'm fine. My real estate will take care of me because I knew that if I want to say what the fuck I want to say and not sell my soul, I need to go ahead and build residual income coming in every month so I can sit here and tell you haters, you, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say and I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say.
Yeah, you sound like you don't care. Everyone believes you too.
Yeah, that's
the face of someone who's not bothered and doesn't care.
Not bothered one bit.
Not at all.
Not one bit.
Me, when I wake up and I'm not bothered, I just wake up.
Jesus.
I have my soul. I have my spine. I have my integrity. I got my 10 toes and my 2 feet. And I stand where the fuck I stand. And if I die there, I'll die there with a smile on my face because I can look in the mirror and be happy with the man that I see. You mother, you losers that sit there and say, oh, it's getting rocky, Myron. You should leave. Why do you stay by Sneeko? Do you stay by the Tate? Do you still think they're having trap cars? Fresh is the idiot. Why are you still there? Chris drinks too much. Hey, shut the...
Doesn't care, remembers every criticism, bro. This motherfucker staying up late on Reddit being like, what did they say about my friends? How can I defend them more for shit?
Jesus.
If you don't care, just don't talk about it. Move on.
Shut the f up. That's why no one respects you, motherfucker. Because you don't stand for anything. If there's anything you guys can learn from this podcast, learn this. We've been through hell together. We had people come at us. We've had death threats at us. People fuck off every time we go through some bullshit. People make allegations on us. People have tried to absolutely destroy us. And you know who was around me the whole these. So you mother can say whatever the you want to say. I'm not going.
Fresh Pug CEO right now.
Oh shit, Murray Povich.
When it comes to 1-year-old Dante, Pierre, you are the father.
That's good. Thanks for that donation, nigga.
Going anywhere. I'm gonna stand by the guy.
Bro, this gotta be one of the gayest speeches, bro. If you close your eyes, you would think this is about a broad. I'm not going anywhere. I don't care if you have cancer. I love you. Whoa, chill out. Jesus.
Guys that stand by me, cause you pieces of shit are when I'm going through it. You pieces of shit are there when I'm figuring out what the I'm gonna do because we got demonetized. You motherfuckers weren't there when everyone in their mom came at us. You motherfuckers weren't there when I got the false accusation against me. You motherfuckers weren't there when this lied and said that I got a
Hey! We were, buddy.
Yeah, we were there.
Did it! And then you dumbasses, 3 years later, believe some bitch that makes the same allegations again! You idiots! I'm not going anywhere! I'm standing right here!
Bro, if these guys had the same energy about their girls as they do this fucking podcast, they'd be in the most successful marriages.
They got the same fucking energy as Diddy. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going on.
Yo, you could murder 10 people and I'ma still be your boy. Yo, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I value my friends, but I also value my values. I don't want my friends to stand by me unconditional. Friendship,
I think it's loyalty.
I originally had.
Well, Fresh is dumb as fuck, bro. I don't know what the hell that guy was thinking. That is... I've never seen anything like that. Where a guy who claims to be, like, red-pilled and shit, oh, don't let any girls jack your sperm and become your baby mama and pay child support, gets with this chick he barely knows, only known her for a few months, coming inside of her. She even warns him, like, I'm not pregnant this time, but if you keep coming inside me, I'm gonna get pregnant, you know that, like, right? And then he's like, yeah, whatever. So insane. Like, how in the fuck can you take this shit seriously?
We have another update on our girl Kelly Hogan, one of the flattest women that represents the carnivore community. Before we destroy her again, let me show this real quick. And let's go with the flow. When you first see this photo, there doesn't seem to be anything different from when I last analyzed her. But look at this. Her hands, look at them. They're frail and veiny. Have you ever seen anything like that? Nobody will convince me this is perfectly normal. How old is Kelly? Isn't she in her hand? That should not be looking like that at her.
Can't.
Everything about her body makes me queasy. Quote on quote healthy, thriving thing, as well as her outdated 90s top. Looks like done properly. Before we end. Look at this woman. She isn't vegan. She's actually on the carnivore diet herself. Kelly doesn't look anything like this. And you can see this is what muscle building looks like done bigger, and she's a vegan. Actually, I lied. This is Melina Schwager, and she's a vegan.
Felice Johnson donated $2. Let me see. Oh, damn. Those are some big, juicy cheeks. I approve. Oh, that's Megan the Stallion. Well, thanks for the donation, Felice Johnson. She's got a good butt. Shit, dude. I don't think that chick's natty. Dude, those are crazy quads.
Told ya. Even Kelly leaning back still doesn't look near as good as the V. Suck so bad. Kelly.
That browned butter at the bottom, the little brown bits, makes it look so aesthetically pleasing. This is one of the prettiest things I've ever made. And enjoy your carnivore candy.
That is one big pile of shit.
Today we will be reacting to some disgusting food called carnivore butter bites, made by fake carnivore Nisha, the wife of quack doctor Ken Berry. Let's get to it.
Alrighty then.
What we have here, folks, is one of the easiest recipes on the planet. Get some butter, salted butter.
Upgrade is the person in chat named Upgrade. He wants to fight you. Could you get a donation goal to make that happen? I guess. There we are. Mike donated to ours. Are cheat days while trying to lose fat completely bad? I mean, there's benefits. Most of them are psychological. So, you know, having a break from your diet does help with adherence long term. They can help keep your metabolism higher. But again, they can harm diet adherence depending on how you go about cheat days. I'd say refeed days are better for you. Cheat days, not so great. Cheat days would probably have a negative effect on diet adherence overall. Refeed days are a good idea to have periodically, though. So she likes Attack on Titan. Didn't she have an OnlyFans? I wonder what her butthole looks like.
If only the Asian giant hornet infestations were over my neck of the woods. They're high in protein and rich in minerals, lol.
Can't find any butthole pics of Megan Thee Stallion. Some black girls have really nice chocolate buttholes. That one chick, Fernanda Chocolate, she has a really nice butthole. I would not eat hornets, personally. Nutrition, composition, and safety aspects of Asian giant hornet. Insects are dangerous to eat. They're often infected with parasites, and quite a lot of the parasites, I think like 20%, are can be passed on to human beings. So I don't think I'd be in favor of eating insects. How in the fuck do they have carbohydrate content? I've never eaten insects. Like, just seems gross. I've had like bad dreams where I've eaten spiders and shit, but Yeah, they're fucking gross. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dude, I fucking love these One Piece leotards. They're so fucking awesome. What time and place are you willing to meet if the goal is met? There's a lot of, like, boxing gyms and shit around Ottawa. Not bad. She could squat down a bit lower, but not bad. Steve donated $2. Could he be natty? Let me see. He could be. It's possible. He doesn't seem too tall. He looks like he's probably around 5'8", somewhere around there. I think I've seen this dude before. It's possible. Usually shorter dudes, when they get big, they look like thicker and wider. So it's possible. Like, the thing too is, on Instagram and shit, when people are standing on their own, like, they can just look bigger on camera, and then when you see them, they're just, like, way smaller when you see them in person. So, like, his chest and arms look really, really thick, but, like, in person, it might just not look as impressive. So, I don't know. He definitely could be natty. It's not like a Mike O'Hearn physique where it's like, okay, yeah, you're just bullshitting. Indians are nice bikes. Let me see, their lineup. They have an FTR, FTR Sport, FTR Carbon, FTR Rally, X100, Super Hooligan. I'm assuming that's just road tires. Yeah, the Indian FTR is a nice bike. Probably get this one. The Road Hooligan. Yeah, it's a nice looking bike for sure. Cruiser. You know, these seats suck ass. Like, there's not enough room for your butt with these tiny ass seats. This looks alright. Super Chief. Kind of like the look of this one. Yeah, I like the look of that one. When I win the lottery, I might get an Indian. Jeez. Dude, why are these cruisers so fucking expensive? 40 grand. That's like a fucking Goldwing. 122 horsepower. I just don't understand why they're that expensive, though, still. It's a fucking Goldwing price. That is a really nice rear seat. Those plyometric exercises probably wouldn't do much for her, but if you want to improve power production, you know, not bad. You probably want to do that before you do squats and everything. I like her hair. Yeah, sure, a boxing match. I don't know how the hell you do that. I have a pretty big butt, and I do not know how you do that. Not going quite deep enough on those stiff leg deadlifts. Dude, how the fuck do you work out with nails like that? That's, mostly useless. She's got a really nice butt. Yeah, so basically burpees, good conditioning work. Some more conditioning work. That's fine. Bear crawls are really hard. She could definitely improve her technique with the power cleans or hang cleans. Yeah, lunges are good. I don't know why she's kicking her legs up for no reason. Not the ideal meal. Should probably eat some tofu instead.
Louis Vuitton and blow a bag on Kelly. I'm the only child, so I had to give me one of these jackets too, and you know that shit wasn't cheap. So then I had to get my boy Ferris right with this big old ass chain from Eliante, and you know that shit wasn't cheap. So anyways, me and Ferris was riding in the car one night, and I said, Ferris, what's that shit in the sky? Because it's not the motherfucking moon, bitch. I go in the backyard, and the moon is doing this, and y'all is not talking about it. I Googled it. I said, did y'all see that motherfucking lunar eclipse? So this is really leading me to believe that the aliens is trying to communicate with me, and I think that the aliens are hotties, and I'm fully with that shit. So I'm really training just in case the aliens is coming down here with that rah-rah shit, or if they just want to, find all the bad bitches and take us where we're supposed to go.
I'm actually surprised. She does some pretty decent training.
So anyways, this is me with my trainer. This nigga got me lifting now. These arms finna get right and tight because his ass already sitting like a stallion. Goddamn, y'all hoes is little ponies. I'm out here tugging on these goddamn ropes, doing all kind of shit. It burns. So this little machine right here that I'm finna show y'all, when you step on this shit, it make your whole motherfucking body vibrate. I'm not sure exactly what that do to the muscles
Yeah, that's a waste of time.
yet, but I'm doing this shit and I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know what he
This is stupid.
got me doing right here, but that shit hurt. Anyways, if y'all was thinking about texting y'all, all nigga, don't do it, bitch. It's a false alarm. Fuck him. What's up, y'all? It's Tiger Girl Coach back again, and bitch, every time I get out the shower and I look in the mirror, I'll be like, fuck, you look good. So I bought myself this mat. So then I put on my workout clothes and I'll be like, damn, where is the waist spread? We finna have to goddamn put out a missing person report. So anyways, this is my trainer, and
She should hire me as her trainer. What the fuck is some of this crap?
for whatever reason, every time I come to the gym, he think it's like Six Flags, Astroworld or some shit, because he always want me to push and pull on his ass like this motherfucking ride or something. Now, the last time he got me, I almost came up on my shoes, but this time I got my weight up and I did it. So right here, I said, oh my God, let's go to this goddamn sand hill and let's run up this bitch. Now, I do not suggest this unless you like training to be a goddamn firefighter or a first responder or some shit, because this shit would knock the wind out your ass. Cut this motherfucking camera off. So anyways, this is me getting my ass whooped at Street Fighter by Lil Jew. I really don't suggest just playing with him because obviously he been playing this shit since 1989. So I was getting my ass whooped so bad I had to call in for reinforcements, and then he started getting his ass whooped so bad he wanted to change the game to 2K. So anyways, my trainer thinks that I'm obviously trying to join the military or some shit because he definitely be having me out this hole looking like G.I. Jane. But I said, you know what? I'm about to steal on these clothes. I done dyed my hair red. I gotta really kill it. So anyways, we made some beats.
Jesus Christ.
And then what else we did? Okay, so then I had went back to the beach because I was like, that sand wasn't gonna whoop my ass. So I definitely took my ass back out there again and I said, hold on, nigga, I'm about to whoop you because you be thinking you whooping me. And yeah, that's pretty much my week. Bye.
It'd be cool if I could just, you know, work out all day. That'd be nice.
Butter or unsalted and stir it. You see that golden brown. I'm using this metal tray. Pour the butter into that. And I've cooked up my own bacon bits.
See the
Once they're
messages in
frozen, you
chat.
can just pop them out. This is one of the prettiest things I've ever made. And enjoy your carnivore candy.
And there you have it. Disgusting solidified fat with bits of dead processed pig. Where the hell is the innovation? All she did was melt butter, pour it in a mold, and put chopped up animals in there. And lets it cool to harden.
Is that it?
These do not look appetizing at all, as they look like one of those homemade soaps created by a 60-year-old housewife who idolizes Martha Stewart.
You're old.
That is so gross, having that greasy feeling in your mouth. You know when you get oil on your hands and when you try and wash them, but the water repels? Imagine that feeling on the teeth, gums, cheeks, all of that fat in your saliva.
Ew. What is it?
Bacon. There's bacon in it.
Oh,
Can you not tell?
I knew there was something salty.
There's nothing else in there, just butter. How did he not know he was eating dead pig flesh?
He's dumb.
Tastes like caramel. Tastes like caramel. Tastes like caramel.
It does. It's so
But
simple.
not,
But
there's no. I put no sweetener in there.
it's so good.
It tastes like caramel? Why are carnivore dieters trying to make their food taste like sugar? Why are they craving that type of taste?
Texture, you know.
Mm-hmm. A little.
That pretty much sums up that stupid, boring video. Whoops, there's another portion.
A lot of people putting Element chocolate salt with 8 different flavors, including the unflavored and the
Chocolate
chocolate
salt.
Thanks to Element for sponsoring this video.
Gross.
Oh, what a surprise. Another one of these carnivore channels being sponsored. Are these carnivore cult leaders recommending vegan supplements to their followers? Are they deficient?
Two wrongs don't make a right. Carnivores and vegans are both wrong in terms of what is and isn't healthy. No. Gave a link. Sulforaphane exposure impairs contrastility and mitochondrial function in three-dimensional engineered heart tissue. Here we fucking go. Mechanistic bullshit. What a fucking moron, dude. Phytochemical compound extracted from blah blah blah, broccoli, something something, modification cellular protein, regulate their function. SFNN stabilized variants recently received regulatory approval, clinical studies, treating neurological disorders and cancer. Potential unwanted side effects of sulforaphane on heart function have not been investigated yet. Present study characterized the impact of SFN on cardiomyocyte contractile function, cardiac preparations from neonatal rat. And it's even a rodent study. It's not even a fucking... What an idiot. The study you linked is an in vitro experiment on rodent cardiac tissue. What the hell does this have to do with broccoli being bad for human health?
Remember that credible fact-checking site I told you about that's backed by 100% peer-reviewed scientific research? Check out what overall rating to Trump lol.
Let me take a look. Donald Trump, Republican presidential candidate, bias profile. Extremely right. Factual reporting very low. Donald Trump is a former president of the United States, blah, blah, blah. We assigned Donald Trump a right biased and very low factual rating due to an extraordinary number of failed fact checks and false claims. That's pretty funny. I mean, it's obvious, but pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Get him VG. Being vegan, nearly 7 years, 48 years old, don't drink coffee, tea, sodas, don't consume any animal products. Funny enough, I have more energy than ever. Vintage-based VG. So I think what's actually going on here is that when you do decide to eat fruits and vegetables, your brain functions a little better and you become smart enough to realize just how stupid you really are. So just waiting for the carnitards to talk about how we've already got one comment where some idiot is like,
well, that was fun. Not even gonna clean my stomach. Just gonna lie here and watch my boy Rich. At least I took the banana out though. Smells like shit. Oh well. I screenshotted Christy and used that. Who cares, Lamau? Now I'm gonna sleep and smoke.
alright, well, sweet dreams, Sager. Thanks for the donation. We've already got one idiot fucking claiming vegetables are bad for you. How the fuck does this shit exist where people think vegetables are bad for you? It's fucking insane, dude. I never thought I'd see the day where there'd be a community of people saying vegetables are bad for you.
A little while back, I made a reaction video to a creationist video. It was a channel called I Am Lucid. He made this ridiculous anti-evolution video. So he's a Muslim creationist. And in particular, a few people had linked me to this particular video that I'm going to look at right now. And so I wanted to take a look at it. My prediction is that Muslim creationists say the exact same things as Christian creationists. So we're going to find out. But I thought this would be a very good opportunity to try the reaction format again, because it's much less work for me. I don't have to do as much with the edit, but I still get to kind of go through and give you sort of a quick off-the-cuff debunking here. So I learned my lesson last time. It does get a bit trying psychologically, so I brought the scotch this time. I'm actually it's a little late. It's 11:30 p.m. for me right now, and the video is an hour 40. So this is actually, I think I'm going to regret starting this at this time. But I'm a couple drinks in, and I'm going to we're just going to have an enjoyable evening here. So I'm going to go ahead and start this video, and we're going to go through it. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. We'll see how frustrating it gets, but I'm going to go through and we're going to do a debunking, and we'll see what happens. So let's go ahead. And so let me tell you what this video is. So this is a video called Muslims Scientifically and Rationally Dismantle Evolution. A guy named Muhammad Ali and Sabur Ahmad Abbasi. So the Muslim lantern. I don't know who the other guy is. I know that other people have told me to debunk Sabur Ahmad.
Oh, I think I know these two people.
So we're going to watch this video. It's pretty long. Maybe there will be pockets where I can fast forward because they're just sort of waxing philosophical or something, or maybe I'll be able to, I don't know. This could end up being 4 hours long. I have no idea what's going to happen right now, but I felt bold in this particular moment in the wee hours of the night, and so we're going to do this right now. So here we go. I'm starting right now.
Okay. Sure. Shall I share the presentation and get started?
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Right,
fine.
bismillah.
Okay, so
Okay, I didn't know Muslim Lantern was this fucking insane, and Sabor was the guy who was on Hamza's Den.
the theory of evolution, fact or fiction. And I want to say something important here, right? What is a fact? Right? Something that we need to keep in mind. Right? Now, let's leave the definitions of philosophical definition, jargon, all of this nonsense. We're not going to get into that. Generally, when someone says something is a fact, they say that there is no doubt in that thing. There is no doubt in it. We agree on it. You know, it's a fact that water is wet. We're not going to get someone in the future who's going to come and disagree that, you know what, no, water. I'm not sure really that water is wet, but no, it could be wet sometimes and sometimes it could not be wet. Fact is a fact. So what happens is in the scientific community, what they do is that they sell you evolution as a fact. No doubt about that. You go to universities, if you study in university.
Okay, I just
biology, it's already
hang on.
a fact.
I just already have to jump in because they're doing kind of the flat earther thing of not understanding what these words mean, fact versus theory. Anytime somebody tries to frame a situation in which fact and theory are antonyms, they very clearly have no idea what they're talking about. A fact is an individual datum, right? Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States. That's a fact. It's an individual datum. A theory is a model that correlates data and makes falsifiable predictions. So whenever people contrast fact and theory, you can immediately know that they have no clue what they're talking about. Let's continue.
People believe evolution is a fact, right? So what I'm going to try to demonstrate now, is it really fact or is it the opposite of fact? Is it fiction, right? And I want to say something important, right? There are a group of people, just before we get started, I want to make 2 points, right? First thing is that there are people who've already made up their minds. If you made up your mind, if you were willing to actually open your mind and to listen and to see what this person is going to present to me, then this kind of stream, I would say, is for you. If you already closed up your mind, it doesn't matter what this guy is going to say, it doesn't matter what he's going to bring up.
Again, I mean, I just like we're a minute in and I'm already seeing so many parallels to what flat earthers say. You have to open your mind, you have to have an open mind, and it has nothing to do with an open mind. We know that the earth is a sphere. This is factually known. Evolution occurs. Evolution factually occurs. We observe it. We know that evolution factually happens. So it has nothing to do with an open mind. This is just rhetoric to try to prime people to reject science that is very well established. A lot of flat earth stuff going on here.
You know, I'm not going to accept what he says. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at this Arab trying to tell me this and that. Right? If you already made up your mind, then this stream is not for you. So I'm making it clear and simple for the people. I want people are watching 2 minutes and then go on the comments, oh, about this and this and that. Watch the full thing. Once you watch the full thing, then say what you want to say. The second thing I want to say is that what we need to do as Muslims is very important here. We cannot be on the back foot. We cannot be on the back foot when it comes to evolution. What do I mean by that? Evolution is not our claim. Why are we trying to disprove something which is not our claim to begin with? I'm saying from the beginning, if you're moving from this perspective, you've kind of already lost. What you need to do is to ask that other individual to demonstrate to you why this is a fact. If I'm talking to someone who believes in evolution, like other than what we're going to do today, if I'm generally talking to someone who believes in evolution, the onus of the claim is on him. He's supposed to demonstrate to me evidence is why evolution is true. But what tends to happen, what tends to happen in our conversations, we assume, okay. He said, we assume evolution is true, even though we don't agree with this. And then we start defending why we don't believe in evolution. No. You see, I see we cannot be on the back foot when it comes to evolution. What do I mean by that? Evolution is not our claim. Why are we trying to disprove something which is not our claim to begin with? I'm saying from the beginning, if you're moving from this perspective, you've kind of already lost. What you need to do is to ask that other individual to demonstrate to you why this is a fact. If I'm talking to someone who believes in evolution, like other than what we're going to do today, if I'm generally talking to someone who believes in evolution, the onus of the claim is on him. He's supposed to demonstrate to me evidence is why evolution is true. But what tends to happen, what tends to happen in our conversations, we assume, okay. He said, we assume evolution is true, even though we don't agree with this. And then we start defending why we don't believe in evolution. No. You see, that's the biggest problem that we have today, right? We need to understand, look, the other person needs to come and give me the evidence, can demonstrate evidence to me.
Yeah, we do that all the time. The problem is that you guys ignore all the evidence, or you just lie about it and then continue spewing your rhetoric. But pretty sure we're going to get into that shortly.
Of my eyes, look, this is the evidence why evolution is true. And then I can maybe think about, okay, refuting the evidence that he's bringing forward, critiquing it, and this and that. It's like me starting a conversation with an atheist and then him accepting the assumption according to his worldview that God exists, and then I ask him, disprove God. Would any atheist ever accept that? No. So why are we doing that?
That's a good example. That's a very good example.
Yeah. So why are we doing that? You want to say something? Yeah.
No. Exactly what you said. I love the way that you put it. You know, if a Christian comes up to me and they ask, sorry, not Christian, sorry, a Darwinist comes up to me and they want to put the onus on me, I'm going to say, no, the onus is on you. You're the one that made the claim. I'm the one who...
Stop saying Darwinist. Can you guys... You're doing what the Discovery Institute does. Stop saying Darwinist. Darwin lived in the 19th century. When you say Darwinist and you pretend that word encapsulates modern evolutionary biology, you are illustrating to everyone that you don't know what you're talking about. And fine, the onus is on biologists, and they have presented a wealth of data that you refuse to engage with. So that's why you get mocked. That's why that's happening.
One who's silent. You're the one that's claiming there is a universal common ancestor. It was a blind random process. So what you did right now, I think will give a lot of people confidence, because they know that they can just sit there, fold their arms, and they need to wait for the other side to give the presenting case. And all they need to do is challenge.
Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. This is what we need to do from now onwards. We cannot be those people who are like, okay, evolution is true. Let me try to explain. You're already defeated, man. What are you trying to do? You're already defeated. Like subhanAllah, defeated in a battle that we never started anyways. Sometimes I do that with the existence of God, but that's a different discussion for a different day, you know. But generally, this is the idea. The person he's got to demonstrate to us why evolution is true. Now let's move on, inshallah, to what we're going to talk about today. Okay. So we've got what we call quote unquote evidence, right? So I'm putting it in quotation marks for a very important reason, right? This is what people in the Darwinian field will present to you as evidence. I don't know if there's anything else that we can consider to be evidence anyways, but let's say this is the bulk of what is considered to be evidence. This is the main topic. This is the most important things. Obviously, fossil record, vestigial organs. We'll go into what vestigial organs are if someone doesn't know. Homology, and obviously the natural selection is the blind processes that happen based on your environment for survival and reproduction, etc. We've got random mutations. The mutations happen randomly, and all of the story. And then we've got similarities in genes, humans and chimpanzees, and different animals with each other, and all of that, right? Then lastly, we're going to talk about some rational problems that we have, the theory of evolution as a theory, right? And I'm going to go into an important thing later on, what I mean by the rational problems, okay? Let's go on to the first thing, inshallah. Okay, so the important thing is this. Darwin, when he put his theory, in chapter 6 of his book, obviously here, Origin of Species, chapter 6, difficulties in the theory, right? He put this chapter about the problems and difficulties that can come up with his theory, etc. And he said something interesting here. He said that as this theory, innumerable transitional forms must have existed. He put forward this thing, which every evolutionist comes up to us with as well. I will explain why they come up to us with this idea. They say that, look, there's thousands of creatures, there's thousands of animals, thousands of things which have evolved on a long, gradual period of time and gradual process that took billions and millions of years. Why is this important now? Because the people who will deny this today, based on certain individuals, they still, when we ask them, can you show us a transitional creature today that have evolved? They always use this excuse of gradualism. So when it suits them,
Oh my god. This is the old thing of denying transitional forms, where, oh, well, what's the transitional form of this? Well, what's the transitional form of this? Every species is a transitional form. Evolution's a constant process.
they say, oh, this takes thousands and millions of years. But when it doesn't suit them, they say, oh yeah, we don't have to believe it took it's a long process. And I need you guys to.
I don't even know what he's saying. Transitional creature that evolved today. I don't even like, he's mixing a lot of jargon. Like, there are many transitional forms in the fossil record, countless transitional forms in the fossil record. So he's setting up a lot of rhetoric to try to dance around that. Let's see if he even acknowledges it.
Pay very close attention to, because you will see in everything that they present there's a contradiction. They self-contradict themselves literally in every action that they do. Okay. So Darwin here, he said that we need to have this massive amount of fossils of transitional creatures that whenever we you see here's different levels here. Obviously you've got the Cambrian, etc. All of these are different levels in the soil. And because it was a gradual process, then when we go in the first one, we will see the latest creatures that have evolved. When you go deeper and deeper and deeper, you'll find now less evolved creatures the more you go deep. So this is what the theory is.
Not less evolved, just more basal, right? And that is indeed what we see. Like, he's focusing on Darwin because that was the middle of the 19th century, right? There's been 160 years of paleontological research since then. My prediction is that he will acknowledge none of it and continue complaining about Darwin. Let's see.
This is a general understanding of how the fossil record works, right? So Darwin himself knew that we're not finding all of these transitional forms. So he continued to say, after saying that they must exist, so he is making the claim, not us, he's saying that they must exist based on the idea of gradualism and slow evolution, etc. Then he says, why do we not find them embedded in countless numbers in the crust of the earth? He's asking the question.
Yeah, that was a criticism he acknowledged back in the 1800s, that there was an incomplete fossil record, but since then we have a more complete fossil record.
On our behalf, right? We don't need to ask the question. He's asking. Now, how did he answer the question?
Okay, he asked that 160 years ago. So why don't you look into what paleontologists have unearthed since then that have answered that question? I bet we're not going to get a lot of that.
It's hilarious how he answered the question. He said, I'm going to talk about that. It would be more convenient to discuss this question in the chapter on the imperfection of the fossil record, basically. He made a chapter, he said, the fossil record is not perfect. How does that justify what your theory?
This is exactly how science works, right?
It was a prediction based on his theory, and he hypothesized in the future as more fossils are unearthed that would fit the prediction of the theory.
Darwin came up with a model, and he admitted that there was not yet enough data to completely support some of what he was proposing. And so now you look at what biology has accomplished in the 160 years since, right? Look at the specimens that have been unearthed in all of these strata in ways that completely support evolution, right? Of course you're not going to look at them. You're not going to look at, there's a picture of a trilobite here. I can't wait for you to talk about trilobites, and we'll see what you say about those.
Anything that you said that has nothing to justify your theory. That cannot amount to the claim that you guys make. There's innumerable amount of transitional forms and creatures. We need to find them. They have to be, when we finding all of these creatures, we need to be finding all of these fossils that lead us, for a fact, the evolution took place. Why are we not finding them? Right? Then we had what we call a very interesting thing that brought even more problems on this idea, which is the idea of the Cambrian explosion. Right? So we've got this layer here, Precambrian, then Cambrian. We've got something called the Cambrian explosion. We found so many fossils from that period, and all of these fossils, they do not support the idea of gradualism, and that creatures took all of this time to evolve and this and that. We found all of these creatures. So we find this trilobite. Sorry, thank you. So this trilobite is an example that we found from the Cambrian period. Right? This is a very advanced creature with multiple different eyes, and it has nothing to do with the idea that this gradually evolved and took this very, very, very long. We shouldn't be finding it in the Cambrian period. Right? Should be.
Why? Why shouldn't you be finding it in the Cambrian period? What are the animal forms that predate the trilobites? Do you know? Are you trying to make the claim that the trilobites are the first animals? Are you trying to pretend that there is absolutely no animal form that predates trilobites? Are you aware of Precambrian animals? Are you aware of Ediacaran fauna? Do you know about Dickinsonia and Charnia and Kimberella? Do you know about the animals that predate trilobites? If so, why aren't you talking about them? That's a joke. I know that you don't know about them. You're pretending that there's nothing similar to trilobites prior to trilobites, but that's because you don't care about this. You don't actually try to learn anything. All of this is very common knowledge among paleontologists. Even I know it. I'm not a paleontologist. So you should know it if you're trying to talk about these things.
Finding it maybe in the Territory period or all one of these different.
Yeah, I don't know if this is worth watching. It's just kind of stupid, retarded shit I've seen before. What are you doing, Prim Prim? What's this meowing? What's this meowing? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. What's going on here? Get over here. Come here, kitty. Why are you meowing at me? Ugh.
What's the cause of diabetes? Is it directly linked to animal product consumption and obesity? Also, these PC Case fans are awesome. They outperform Noctu and match thick T30 30mm fans.
So,
Well, hello everybody, Mike with Hara Canuck.
The two biggest risk factors for type 2 diabetes are going to be abdominal adiposity, so just being fat, and animal product consumption, namely saturated fat. Those are the two big risk factors. So both of those factors affect free fatty acids in the bloodstream, which lowers insulin sensitivity, interferes with mitochondrial function, and they can also directly damage the pancreas. So that's how. Let me see.
And I wanted to squeeze in just one more video before piecing out for the New Year's vacation and see it up here. Basically, since October, more and more comments have been coming in telling me to look at these guys. These are the Be Quiet Silent Wings Pro 4. Now, according to a lot of people, these are some of the absolute best fans available on the market now. And that sort of makes sense because the high-speed version of the Silent Wings 3 was one of the best fans that we tested in the last video. It just missed the podium by like this much. But what makes this new version all that much better than the last one? Well, first of all, like the Silent Wings 3 we saw last time, the fan blades here have a unique rib design to cut back on turbulence and increase airflow. Their edges have also been pushed extremely close to the outer housing in order to boost air pressure even further. Meanwhile, the hubs are a fair bit larger than a lot of other fans you're used to seeing setting, pushing noise levels past a certain point. Reversible with the L side allowing a 1mm gap out for scalpers because of all the positive reviews than the Silent Wings 3 high speed. But then between 38 and 41 decibels, at 39 decibels though, and remember this is still extremely quiet, we're actually getting to the U12S's cooling limit for a 155 watt 5950X. So the delta between...
Surprised they perform better than the Noctua fans. Alright, well thanks for the donation one. Prim, that's my sweater. What are you doing? That's my sweater. What are you doing? What are you doing, little Prim? You like chewing on my sweater strings, little baby? Oh my goodness. My goodness. You're such a troublemaker. Oh my god. You're such a troublemaker. Little kitty. Oh, I love you, Prim Prim. Primmy's such a sweet boy. Why is this taking so fucking long to update? Jesus. Let me see. Doom Eternal mods. Hopefully there aren't any big fat dick mods or anything. I like the look of that chainsaw. Do they make home defense chainsaws? Home defense chainsaw. Yeah, I don't think they make home defense chainsaws. Maybe I should invent a home defense chainsaw. That thing looks cool. A Hago Slayer. Oh. I gotta get one of those Ahego shirts. They're fucking hilarious. That's funny.
For that last dono, check out Professor Roy Taylor's research showing reversal of type 2 diabetes with weight loss.
Yeah, reversal of type 2 diabetes, normalization of beta cell function, and association with decreased pancreas and liver, triglycerol. Is that how you pronounce it? Triglycerol. After 1 week of restricted energy intake, fasting plasma glucose normalized in diabetic group. That's what you'd expect if you're eating less. Insulin suppression of hepatic glucose output improved. Versus baseline, hepatic triglycerol content fell from 12.8 diabetic group to 2.9. The first phase insulin response increased during the study period and approached control values. Normalization of both beta cell function and hepatic insulin sensitivity in type 2 diabetes achieved by dietary energy restriction alone. This was associated with decreased pancreatic and liver triglycerol stores. The abnormalities underlying type 2 diabetes are reversible by reducing dietary energy intake. Yeah, it's funny how it's so simple to reverse type 2 diabetes, but dumbasses still just, eat themselves to death. One of the most fucked documentaries I've ever seen was on Polynesians in Hawaii. There were people who were diabetic and going blind, and they still refused to follow a diet so that they could reverse their diabetes and prevent blindness. So crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Dark Lord's armor. That's kind of cool. You know what surprised me? They don't make any Doom Guy motorcycle helmets. I would have figured they would. Remember when Big Boss used an entire hospital as a human shield? Well, I don't think he used them as a human shield. They just happened to have shielded him.
Yay, I'm home, gotta hop on my 14 inches black dildo to burn some calories, hee hee hee.
All right, well, have fun with that, Christy. Make sure you, use your legs. Appreciate the donation. Remember when tribal tattoos were a thing? Bro, I remember when tribal tattoos were, like, hot. I knew they would be really lame and tacky. Like, just a few years later. I don't know why tribal tattoos were ever a big thing. So many of them look like so shit, too. Worst tribal tattoos. My God. Oh my God. Dude, imagine getting this tattooed on you. Thee Than Thou donated $3. Let me see. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Here's the other link I sent with my last dono. This trial that was conducted by the same diabetes researcher was inspired by that initial 8-week study. This was 2 years.
Okay. Let me take a look, Ben. Thanks for the donation, Thee Than Thou. That's a good bear. 2-year remission of type 2 diabetes and pancreas morphology, post-hoc analysis of direct open lab cluster randomized trial. Randomized intervention, assessed baseline, further 25 non-diabetic participants enrolled. Mean pancreas volume 61 centimeters squared. All participants type 2 diabetes and 79 centimeters squared in the NDC group. 24 months pancreatic volume had increased by 9.4 centimeters squared in response compared with 6.4 centimeters squared in non-responders. Pancreas borders at baseline were more irregular in participants with type 2 diabetes than an NDC group. Had normalized by 24 months in responders only. Intrapancreatic fat declined by 1.02 percentage points in 32 responders and 0.51%, 13 non-responders. These data show for the first time to our knowledge reversibility of the normal pancreas morphology of type 2 diabetes by weight loss induced remission. Interesting. Your body has a remarkable ability to heal itself if you let it. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Pepsi Slayer. Ugh. Dude, what even is this? You have like a fucking maze for your fucking nipple? And then this shit? Oh God. That is so bad. Yikes, that looks bad. Why would you get this band and then do this across the band? Bruh. Tribal tattoo. Fuck me. Oh, that looks awful. This guy has a lot of problems. The fuck is some of this shit? Oh my god. Dude, these are so bad. Oh my god, these are awful. Tribal tattoos were the worst fucking thing ever. How in the fuck is this still updating? Okay, whatever, let's just play Doom Eternal. Do I even have it installed? I think I do. Damn,
My
I don't
cat
think
has
I do.
chronic cystitis. The vet university specialists recommended me to feed her wet food with kibbles. But she doesn't eat the only wet food in Europe, soaked kibble or any cooked food. I feed her vegan kibble with cheap wet food. What can I do?
Chronic cystitis. Only wet food in Europe. I'm assuming only wet food that's vegan. What is chronic cystitis? Most common urinary disorder of young to middle-aged cats and is characterized by frequent bloody and painful urinations, house swelling, and in some cases life-threatening urinary obstruction. If I had to guess, it probably has something to do with your cat's urine pH. I'd get your cat's urine pH tested. You can do that either with test strips, which might be hard because it's a cat. You can get this product called Pretty Litter, and when your cat pees into it, it'll change color, and you'll see what the urine pH is, and from there you can maybe modify the cat's diet or add supplements to change their urinary pH. So yeah, I would just start with that and go from there. Increase fluid intake via canned food and encouraging more water consumption, more dilute urine, which is less irritating to inflamed bladder wall. What you could try doing is force feeding it water. Just get a syringe and basically shoot it down the cat's throat periodically throughout the day and just force it to drink more water. You can try that. So it sounds like your cat's urine might be too concentrated. There may be some feline supplements that work to lower their urinary pH. You can also look into that. But yeah, I would try just force feeding it water. Your cat might be pissed off at you, but, you know, if it's for the cat's benefit. Thanks for the donation, Feline Idiopathic Cystitis. What the fuck is even going on here? Is it still installing this shit? Oh my god.
periods, but it should not be in the Cambrian period. This is one example. We find multiple different fossils, and what this did is it completely destroyed this idea of gradualism. So they started to us with this idea of gradualism. Now no longer we can accept this idea of gradualism. They have to find a solution. How can we find deep within the earth, in that very, very, very long period, these extremely evolved quote-unquote creatures? How can we explain this phenomenon?
Okay, so look, they're taking a page out of the Stephen Meyer book here. So this is what creationists do, right? They take the Cambrian explosion and they go, "This is crazy! It's an explosion, and all of these animals showed up in an instant."
Yeah, it takes place over billions of years.
Exploit the connotation of the word explosion. They try to make it seem like all of these forms arose literally instantaneously. It didn't. Of course, the Cambrian explosion was a period of about 40 to 80 million years, depending on which radiations you include in that event. It was a relatively long period of time, right? 40 to 80 million years is still a pretty long time. Now, admittedly, evolutionarily speaking, it was still a very a wide number of body plans appeared in this time frame. But there's an evolutionary explanation for this that they obviously are not going to talk about. There are new environmental stimuli occurring during this time period, and that was the emergence of the concept of predation. This was the first time that predation was occurring. It was the first time that animals were hunting and eating other animals. That's a very strong environmental stimulus that is going to cause more rapid evolution, right? There's going to be an exploitation of newfound characteristics that are advantageous for survival, and then those are going to proliferate more strongly. So there's just a lot going on here. They're pretending, they're just doing the normal creationist thing of like, you've seen an image of like the Cambrian explosion and it's a literal like boom graphic and then like animals tumbling out of it.
And that's saying an hour
divine
remaining.
creation. And it's not, right? There were animals prior to the...
Barnacle Head donated $2.
There's nothing like spending some quality time with my gear.
Jason, I have to be honest. There's someone else.
Grandpa?
SpongeBob is goated. Thanks for the donation, Barnacle Head. That's a nice cat.
The Cambrian explosion and the ways in which they evolved and then continue to radiate make perfect sense in the context of evolution. They just don't know anything about it. That's all.
How can we account for that? Then what we find someone like Stephen Jay Gould. I don't need to say who he is. I'm sure he's very well known, right? On his book, sorry. Okay.
You wrote Stephen Gay Gould, so I don't know if that was a Freudian thing.
On his book, The Panda's Thumb, right? What he says is, it is sudden appearance of species. Okay, can you explain? Yeah. Can you explain why? Can you explain how? Can you explain? So what they started saying is that, you know what? It's not that all of these things have evolved, because we found different things like ants, for example, that have not evolved, and all of that, right? All of these different fossils from the Cambrian period.
What? Not everything evolved? Ants?
Opinion on orange cats. Orange cats are goated.
Ants didn't evolve? What are you talking about? What is it about ants? What are you talking about? What are you saying? I don't even understand.
There's no explanations for it. So what they did is that they shifted the goalposts. They said, you know what?
James Wade donated $2. Hello. How much money to shut your ass down for tonight? I'm tired of hearing you speak. How about $200? Thanks for the donation, James Wade.
Creatures, they will have sudden appearance, sudden evolution, quick sudden evolution, while the other ones will take a gradual and transitional period without giving any justifications. What is the justification? Yeah. We found something that goes against our theory. Now we're going to shift and twist and change what we were saying into trying to fit this new information into our theory. Okay?
No, that's not what biologists do. You're talking about...
Did you know that this is possible, but you have to keep nearly perfect oral hygiene for it to work? Is this why you always tell people to brush their teeth?
I'm Rick Buck, and I've been a dentist for 16 years. Welcome back to my channel. Today, we have an intriguing question to tackle.
I've been wondering if cavity reversal is actually possible. The understanding I have currently is it's not, but I'll take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Is it possible to cure or reverse tooth decay or dental cavities? The simple answer is yes, it is possible in certain situations. So let's dive in and find out the complete answer. Before we begin, let's quickly understand what cavities are. Cavities are damage to the hard surface of your tooth caused by acids produced by bacteria in your mouth. This acid gradually eats away at the tooth enamel and the underlying level as well, leading to a soft, sticky, demineralized tooth that shows up as a dark spot on an X-ray and is sticky to my pointy instrument called an explorer, which is how we diagnose cavities. The decay process is a vicious downward cycle. You see, once a cavity starts, more bacteria invade the tooth, causing even more acids, which then demineralizes more of the tooth. And then more bacteria invade, causing more acids, and so on and so forth. This cycle is difficult to stop. Now I am gonna go a little more in depth. You see, your teeth are actually always in a state of demineralization and remineralization. This means when you eat, your mouth becomes acidic from bacterial byproducts, and your teeth lose important minerals in the process. To illustrate this, this is an experiment I did where my mouth turned more acidic after rinsing with sugar water, especially after a few minutes. Now this process of your mouth becoming acidic is natural. However, your saliva over a short time has everything it needs to remineralize your tooth and buffer the acidity created by the bacteria in your mouth. Actually, the truth is that as long as a cavity isn't too deep, your saliva has everything your mouth needs to remineralize even tooth decay. For example, look.
Don't have to sing along if you don't want to.
Just give me 1 minute. Let me take a look, Barnacle Head.
Tell me what you know about a motherfucker at the bottom with a gold grill gleaming, make all the old problems stop creeping out the fucking dungeon. Switchblade on him, hit the guts like a bubble. 30 rounds of that clip, I'll rip. Too thick with the stick that I won't miss. Little slick, real sick, don't talk shit. Whip like a brick, scale on fish. Suicide nighttime, no, we don't fight crime, oh. It's a great fight now with the real red eyes, and we dying inside, oh. Bodies in fluoride, let the rope untie, just crucify me. Young Christ, wrist slice, couple hoes on the ice, singing alright. Ruby was a motherfucking reject, then I cut my wrist and never motherfucking reject. Still broke, get the motherfucking rejects. Roll hoes, asking if I see a ghost, tell them no, I just see smoke. When the weed blood, see choke, from the deep dark, 3 feet the rope, lead thoughts, like the fucking sheep, so deep up. If I hate myself, and then I get the dog, Ruby, a fucking deep up. Ruby got the club now, it's trying to bug.
I like some of the Suicide Boys stuff. Some of it. That's not one of the songs that I personally like. Yeah, it's pretty mid. Thanks for the donation though, Barnacle Head. Dylan donated $2. Hey mister, want a blowjob? This is what happens when your brain goes from vegan to meat. OG ex-vegan crazy.
Hey, mister, you want a blowjob? I'm only 13. Guess what? I'm legal. At least for me. Unless you're stupid and you think just because they decriminalize for minors means it's also decriminalized for you too. But guess what? I think you're stupid. Hey, mister. You want a blowjob? $50. I'm only 13. Yeah. Okay. You might want to get a fake ID too, just in case they can tell you're a little bit older than 13. Anyway.
You know, I'll be honest. Doing age play with old ladies is actually pretty hot. I don't know. I just find it like humiliating and degrading calling like a 50-year-old chick or like an older woman like a little girl and everything. And yeah, it's kind of hot. She seems a little crazy. I don't know why she'd upload this, but it is kind of hot.
Who is the mentally challenged person in the chat you will fight? How quickly do we have to get you to the 5k goal for you to fight this person?
I'll probably leave the goal up for like a week or something. Apparently the guy's name is, can't even remember. What was the guy's name who said he wanted to fight me? I can't even remember. Somebody in chat said he wanted to fight me. Upgrade, that's his name. Thanks for the donation, Barnacle Head.
Look at this tooth. I extracted the tooth in front of it months before I took this little video. After I took out this tooth, you can see there was a remineralized cavity right here. There was no decay on the x-ray, even though there was this prominent stain. This is common to see when someone loses a tooth next to a tooth with a cavity. Because everything changes once that tooth is out, the decay will remineralize and leave a hard, dark stain like this. In fact, a lot of kids, once they have their braces removed, and because of the braces, they weren't able to clean around them very well, and plaque would just build up around them so easily. So these spots are remineralized cavities from difficult oral hygiene when in braces, and then it changes when you have easier oral hygiene once the braces are removed. So what gives, and how can you apply this to yourself? Here's what has to happen and the criteria that needs to be met if you want to even have a chance to cure a tooth from a cavity. First, if the decay hasn't invaded past the enamel into the underlying levels of the tooth, which is this junction of gray and white on the x-ray, then it is possible to remineralize, reverse, and cure the tooth decay. Once it gets past what we call that dentin enamel junction, it is too easy for the decay to propagate, and it's too difficult for the saliva to reach deep enough for it to remineralize the tooth structure. So for the most part, the decay cannot pass that junction, otherwise it just gets too difficult to cure. Quickly, before I get into the most interesting part, I developed the best toothbrush, floss, and other dental products that are in Amazon affiliate links in the description. Most dental products have not progressed in the last 10 to 15 years, and these dental products are more advanced and will give you a stunningly clean mouth. You should watch my videos about why they are the best, posted at the end of this video, so you brush and floss with superior results that avoid gum disease, cavities, and give you fresh breath. Second, there has to be an extreme shift in oral hygiene. Most of the time, this means religious flossing and brushing with fluoride. And that's not it. You just can't stop with the usual twice-a-day routine. You have to do more than that. I tell the people that are interested in this, you have to also brush 20 to 30 minutes after your meals. You can watch some of my other videos on why 20 to 30 minutes after. This continuous supply of hygiene and minerals stops plaque and bacteria from colonizing and allows a constant flow of fluoride to remineralize the tooth. And now, I'm not even talking about stopping there to reverse them. The new routine you have also requires not snacking, because snacking gives the bacteria a constant supply of acid-forming fuel. So good luck in becoming fanatic about it. But seriously, if you can...
Prim, come here. What's all this meowing? Why's my kitty meowing? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. That's a good boy. Yeah, you're a good Prim.
Do it. Third, what can help it is if there's a huge shift in the environment next to the cavity that can create a constant flow of remineralizing saliva or block dental plaque formation. For example, once a kid gets braces, the braces create traps for plaque accumulation. That causes cavities. But once the braces are removed, plaque no longer easily builds up, and saliva is in constant contact.
Oh, there's a big increase in views on this video all of a sudden. Let me see. Interviewer, why are vegetables bad? Hamza, taste bad. Where's Hamza's 4 million fanboys to top this up in the algorithm? It's irrelevant which animal is used since it's a mechanistic study at the cellular level. You understand mechanistic in vitro. Yeah. You understand this is near the bottom of the evidence hierarchy. If you don't have any randomized trials or cohort data to rely on. Why would you assume vegetables are harmful?
Contact with the cavity without the buildup of plaque, which turns it into that remineralized white or dark spot, as you can see here. So that's a shift in the environment of the cavity. Or just like that molar we looked at earlier, how it likely had a small cavity, but then something happened to the tooth in front of it. This happens so much when you lose a tooth in front of a tooth with a cavity, because now there's constant flow of saliva to that cavity. The cavity rehardens and remineralizes for whatever reason. So the environment, you can see, can give a chance for the decay to remineralize. In my practice, it kind of depends on how I approach these cavities. Decay makes it at least halfway down the enamel to that dentoenamel, become arrested in that state. Same routine as cavities in the first place, let alone the extra amount it takes.
Jesus Christ, dude, are these people on fucking meth? Like, how do you get cavities that bad?
Takes to remineralize the tooth. The third reason that I don't do it until the cavity gets a little bit deeper is sometimes what appears as a small cavity on an x-ray may actually be just a random small dark spot on an x-ray that isn't tooth decay. So holding off a few months will reveal the true nature. Your decay down the road that reaches the tooth nerve and causes a toothache or an infection. People can't meet those.
Gradualism versus punctuated equilibrium, and there are different evolution occurs in response to environmental stimuli, right? Sometimes environmental stimuli change very rapidly, sometimes they don't change so rapidly, right? Sometimes there are periods in
What happened to my knees? Well, it's the one knee that's a problem. I almost had my leg amputated due to an E. coli infection, and my knee's been pretty fucked since.
which the climate is changing very rapidly. There could be, the atmosphere could be changing, sea levels could be changing. There could be stimuli that are changing very rapidly, and that in turn causes more rapid evolution, right? Natural selection is just selecting organisms that are best suited for their surroundings, for their environment. If the environment is changing very rapidly, that is going to hasten more rapid evolution. Then there's also periods of stasis, right? There are definitely organisms that have remained relatively unchanged for many, many millions of years, tens or even hundreds of millions of years, and that is because they continue to inhabit their environmental niche very successfully. Right, so evolution doesn't say that everything has to be changing all the time. It says that things that inhabit their environmental niche successfully will proliferate. And if that environmental niche doesn't change, then there's no impetus to change. There's no stimulus to change. Right, so when conditions are changing very rapidly, and so again, I said before that when predation came about, it's the first time that animals are eating other animals. That's a big deal. That's going to cause very rapid evolution because there's going to be a high premium on things that can evade predators. Never prior to that moment did any organism have to evade predators. That's a new thing. So already there had to be, okay, we need metabolism, we need ways to sustain biological life. Now predation is a new thing, right? That's what the Cambrian explosion represents. That's the primary factor there.
This has a lot of problems. So as we said, they're not giving us why. Not giving us reasons and evidence behind them, given this idea that, okay, some of them are like this and some of them are like that. The second thing is how. How would an animal or a thing evolve very quickly, suddenly by itself, by random processes? How does that happen?
I mean, I feel like a course on genetics, like a genetics 101 course, would probably be lost on you, but there are ways in which organisms can change very rapidly due to random mutations. They're called macromutations. Maybe we'll get into that later.
So you were given the excuse. This is a big issue now, right? Because you're given the excuse of natural selection. This happens in a long period of time based on the environment and this and that. So how can you account for this very sudden, perfect evolution, if you want to use that term, that happens at a sudden?
No, I don't want to use that term. That doesn't mean it. Perfect evolution doesn't mean anything.
At a certain time suddenly. How can you account for that? How can you explain that? And
I thought that this was interesting. This paper suggests refining the hierarchy of scientific evidence pyramid due to some potential flaws that the authors of the paper point out in this published research paper. Thoughts?
New evidence pyramid. It kind of makes sense. Like, this is more like, this is a more useful sort of chart for maybe dum-dum heads, you know what I mean? Like, who don't understand that, yeah, some cohort studies are better than randomized trials. Some randomized trials are better than some cohort studies, you know, shit like that. But I don't think there really needs to be a revision. Like, it's understandable that, yeah, there can be some drawbacks to, like, all forms of research, and it doesn't necessarily place it higher on the hierarchy of evidence, but I get what they're going for. I don't think it's really needed, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
The U.S. gave Ukraine one of its top secret weapons. And we know this because Russia is finding the remains of the ADM-160B decoy missile, which is an American decoy that can appear on radar as any kind of aircraft, from fighter jets to bombers to UAVs, giving it the ability to completely distract enemy air defense, leaving the airspace uncontested. It flies autonomously, it can generate additional decoy targets in the air, jam enemy radar, and is very hard to shoot down. It's likely how Ukraine's taken out massive amounts of Russian air defenses this week. Follow to stay in the loop. The U.S. gave Ukraine...
Dope.
Today I feel 80% female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup. I'm gonna do that. Tomorrow I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt. Why do you care?
Yeah.
What business is it of yours to require that I fulfill your inability to think of gender on a spectrum?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a great example of how scientists, like everyone else, are infallible, okay? There's a difference between scientists
You mean fallible?
and science as a concept. When Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about putting on makeup or a muscle shirt because one feels more male or female, this is not science, this is leftist act.
Can you tell me why you decide to wear a dress and makeup? Does it have anything to do with gender and sex kind of affecting those decisions?
Activism. Science is about objective reality, and there is nothing objective about feeling more like a man or a woman, whatever the
Well, no shit, their feelings. They're... Like, what does she mean by that? I don't think she understands what objective means. Anytime you're dealing with anything that requires a mind to exist, you're dealing with something that is not objective. So, like, is she going to say pain doesn't exist because it requires a mind to exist? I guess pain doesn't exist. I guess preferences don't exist, including sexual preferences. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, she didn't make a point. I don't even understand what she's trying to say.
heck that means. It doesn't change the biological fact that you're either male or female.
Yeah, so he's not agreeing with your premise that there is no differentiation between sex and gender. He's coming from the opinion that gender is separate from sex. So you're just arguing straight past him. She's really stupid.
The United States has the worst educational system known to science. Our graduates compete regularly at the level of third world countries. So how come the scientific establishment of the United States doesn't collapse? Let me tell you something. Some of you may not know this. America has a secret weapon. That secret weapon is the H-1B. Without the H-1B, the scientific establishment of this country would collapse. Forget about Google. Forget about Silicon Valley. There would be no Silicon Valley without the H-1B. And you know what the H-1B is? It's the genius visa. You realize that in the United States, 50% of all PhD candidates are foreign-born? At my system, one of the biggest in the United States, 100% of the PhD candidates are foreign-born.
Yeah, Michio Kaku is a bit of a deranged lunatic, but he is right about that.
The United States...
Wait, here we go.
We are not just figuratively, we are literally stardust. So when you go out...
Okay, I've seen this before, I don't care.
We can now control the genome.
What is it?
So I got your genes, and I can see you in the uterus, and I can nip and tuck and snip and thing, and you'll come out 6 feet tall, with this color skin, this gender, with this thing and this, that, and I can make you.
And that's not outlawed?
We don't, the ethics of this, we don't know how to do that yet, but I don't see why that wouldn't one day happen. We can now control the...
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Great VG. So glad you've uploaded some great videos recently. Remember, we like measured and calm vegan gains, but we love angry and pissed off vegan gain? Also, is it bad idea to gain 10 if I've maxed out my newbie gains and happy with my size?
No. If you're happy with the way you look right now, it's a totally fine choice to not gain any body fat and basically just cruise where you are and just make like very slow progress. So if that's your choice, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Thanks for the donation, The Unkempt. Glad you like the videos. Boopity Bop donated $2. I work retail and rotate items by expiration dates on non-vegan shit. If I don't do my job accurately, I could get fired, but if I do my job, it helps them make an ethical profit, and if I don't, it just goes to waste, but they also might supply less. Thoughts? These sorts of jobs, I don't see you increasing the likelihood of rights violations by working there or not. So, again, I don't think you're really helping any animals by, not either choosing to or choosing not to work at these jobs, so I wouldn't really worry about it. Obviously, if you can have a job that would align more with your ethics, like, working at a vegan grocery store, that would be better for, like, your mental health or whatever, but again, I wouldn't sweat it if you're working at a grocery store where you're stocking shelves with, meat.
My teeth look like this. Is this healthy? What do you think? Can you provide me with constructive criticism?
I would say you should probably brush your teeth. That would be my opinion. Yeah, that looks, I've never seen somebody's teeth colored like this. It's like blue and green and shit. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, so maybe try brushing. Thanks for the donation upgrade. Yeah, so Boopity Bop, I wouldn't worry about working at like a grocery store or anything. I don't think you're contributing to any animal deaths. Thanks for the donation though, dude. I just want this to fucking finish so it doesn't tell me to like keep updating it each time. Come on. Almost there. Roaming Millennial does not have a 9 out of 10 face, okay? She looks like a potato. If she wasn't wearing makeup, like, you'd rather have sex with, like, a sponge. Like, a chick with a 9 out of 10 face, that's a girl who does not look any better with makeup. The fuck is this? Dude, I don't even understand. Updating, and then verifying files, updating again. What the fuck?
What we would say is it's impossible to explain. For example, animals like giraffes, right? What they said is that they didn't have that long neck. They were trying to eat from the trees, so they were extending the neck.
Ooh, space ice. Maybe he has some new shit.
That deranged lunatics write about H-1B visas. If Trump gets back in office again, the US will lose so many MS-PhD pro.
Yeah, that's true. Story of how Trump officials tried to end H-1B visas. Blah, blah, blah. Story began before Trump election. Regularly introduced a bill to impose sweeping restrictions on the employment of individuals on H-1B visas. Took the battle further, often publicly chastising major technology companies. Two bills provide a blueprint for the types of changes to high-skill immigration Trump officials sought to implement during their time. Why does he even want to try doing this? Like, is he just that racist that he doesn't want, like, Chinese people or Indians, like, working at technology companies? I haven't, like, the only explanation I've heard from Trump is that, oh, well, the H-1B visa program is, you know, immigrating unskilled labor, which is totally untrue. So I don't know what his real motivation is, other than, like, he's just that racist. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That Lauren Chen chick claims to be well-cultured. She is not. She got a degree from BYU for cheap tuition. Then after leaving, called the culture awkward. She isn't even baptized Mormon. She's dumb as she's, like, really one of the dumbest people I've ever come across. Vitamin Naruto. What's funny is she made a fucking post on Twitter saying anime is garbage, and then she has this Freudian slip calling Nato Vitamin Naruto. She watches anime, and she's, like, ashamed of it or something. Like, there's no way you'd make a slip like that. Dodo donated $2. What horror games are coming out this year that you're looking forward to? There's Little Nightmares 3, Alan Wake 2 DLCs, Dark Pictures Directive, 80/20. Anything else good? Any RE games? Or are you going to play Alan Wake 2 before play DLC? Well, I've already beaten Alan Wake 2, so we're just going to go into the DLC when that releases. I am looking forward to the Dark Pictures Anthology game. They are going to release that other Dark Pictures Anthology game that was a PlayStation exclusive. They're releasing that on PC, so I'm going to get that. Can't think of any other horror-themed games. I am looking forward to Warhammer 40k, which sort of horror-ish. It has horror themes, but it's not a horror game, technically. Don't think any RE games are coming out this year. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Boopity Bop donated $2. No, I mean, I could intentionally fuck up and let shit expire, but I feel bad animals died for nothing and I could get fired. But if shit expires, there's less supplied in the future. By the way, you watch The Boys in Gen 5. I've watched The Boys. I don't think I'm caught up on it right now. I watched the last season where there was the fight between Soldier Boy and the Captain America looking guy. I can't remember his name now. I don't know if the new season's come out. I don't know what Gen 5 is, or Gen V. If I was an animal that got chopped up into food, I'd either want somebody to choke on it or have somebody not benefit from me eating it. So I wouldn't feel bad about, you know, meat products going to waste. Like, if I was chopped up into, like, hamburgers or steak or ribs or something, I wouldn't want somebody enjoying my flesh. So I'd either want them to choke on it, get some sort of bacterial infection and die, or just not eat it at all. Thanks for that donation, though, Boopy Bop. Hamza donated $2. If you're not on steroids, then why does your voice sound like a girl? Is it just from all the soy? If you think my voice sounds like a girl, I think you've been dating a lot of trannies. And, steroids do not increase the pitch of your voice, they lower it. You can actually find a lot of dudes who go on TRT, their voice lowers, so that makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, though, dum-dum. Let's see what some of the comments on this video are like. Clown says the obese vegan. Scrambled eggs are good. You got a receding hairline, too. Just coming in to say I don't agree with your take on Breaking Bad. Just all retarded shit. How is this still updating? Okay, fuck this. Let's just play Fucking Doom Eternal now.